Trajune? Trajune? till we sing dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaw, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw. Deinonychus, a big dinosaur, but still the sound say he must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus,
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to see all of you here today. Happy Tuesday, and sorry for being a little on the late side today. This often happens on Tuesdays, where I go to Berkeley for like a series of weekly paleontology talks. And taking public transit back, sometimes I'm a little bit late just because of the train schedule and the bus schedule. You know how it goes. But, yeah, I'm glad you're here. And hello, Mini Pie. Mini Pie's been waiting for the stream to start, huh? She knows that I'm late today. And Sweetie Pie's just come into the room, too. So, yeah. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. If anyone's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Hopefully, you're aware already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs, but I do. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in scientific journals. Dinosaurs are what I present on at scientific conferences, what I talk to colleagues about. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. And for the past 2, maybe 3 years, I've been lucky enough to be able to broadcast some of that process live on stream during the summers from Utah and Wyoming and other places, digging up dinosaurs live here on Twitch, trying to show everybody what that's like. Believe it or not, this is how I make my living, is live streaming full time. By doing outreach, answering people's questions, trying to get them jazzed about the history of life on Earth. Trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works, what it's all about, why it's important. It's a dream come true being able to do this full time. Being able to pay the bills doing this. It's only possible due to the generous support of this incredible community. So thank you, everybody who helps make that possible. It really does make a big difference. And I'm honored to be able to do this kind of outreach. Mini Pie, you want some treats, don't you? You don't just want attention, you want some treats. Today we're going to be continuing the assembly of our life-size Tyrannosaurus skull. 3D printed here. I've got all 100 plus parts printed out. And just in case the 3D printers don't have any files running right now, in case we have to print something as an emergency. But I've already done a full run-through twice. We should have all of the parts printed. So as long as there weren't any parts missing from the original folder, then we should have everything that we need to assemble the entire skull. So we'll see how much of that we get through today. And given that we've got other stuff going on this week, if we don't finish it today, I'll try and finish it behind the scenes and then show you later on. But anyway, good stuff. Minnie did miss me while I was out today. She absolutely did. Yeah. Oh, and somebody was also asking for a moon pie update. I got a photo of her this morning before I left for seminar. Oh, here's her last night. Being awful sleepy. There we go. There's Moon Pie right there. You can see her shaved belly, where she had to have surgery over the weekend. But she's still in the recovery room. She's sleeping in the guest bedroom right now. That was her last night. While she was being supervised, and here's her this morning. When I went in to say hello to her. When she's not being supervised, she's got to wear the cone, so she doesn't tear her stitches out. But yeah, poor Moon Pie. She's hanging in there. I mean, she's doing a lot better than she was. Holy cow. I was really worried for her this weekend, but yeah, hopefully in about a week or two, she'll start making appearances on stream again, so that'll be nice. Yeah. Anywho, Mini Pie, let me get you some treats, huh? Gotta pay the landlords here. Yeah. Here you go, Minnie. Dental treats for you. Look at all those. Here, let me take 2 of those, because you're probably not going to eat all of them. Here we go. Yeah, good stuff, Minnie. Hey, and Spencer, how are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry, Minnie. I startled you. Spencer, how are you doing? Gotta know your take on the new Jurassic World Spino as a fellow Jurassic Park 3 cultist. I wasn't happy with it, Spencer-miss. It is definitely a step backward, it seems. From 2001's Jurassic Park 3. Little Pink Pony? I'm sorry, the what? The who? Could you repeat that? I didn't catch it. Little Pink Pony, say it one more time? The what? Oh, well, that's okay. Oh, thank you, Little Pink Pony, and thank you for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate it.
The Lenino gifted a tier 1 sub to Spencer-miss. They have given 383 gifts.
And thank you, Lenina. Good stuff. I have no clue why they backtracked on the 2001 Spino. One of the greatest creature designs ever. It really was. It was superb. They kind of bet the whole farm on that,
Dinosaurs
and it paid off.
Special magnetism for children.
It was a great creature design. A Chaotic Time Traveler, thank you for the 18 months of support. I appreciate it. Yeah. Is that enough for you, Mini Pie? Yeah. We've got video of me reacting to that trailer. This was last Thursday. I had just gotten back from North Dakota. I was feeling really under the weather. And I ended up ending the stream early just because I felt crummy on multiple levels. Where was that? Here we go. The other site piece is...
This is it.
Oh, hang on.
This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
So many things going on.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils.
Shenanigans.
Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Shenanigans, thank you very much.
And their 8 raiders have stumbled below that level.
How do you...
Dinosaurs.
What's the best way to pronounce your name? I want to say Shenanigans. Like in Spanish. Shenanigans. Muchas gracias. Por el raid? ¿Cómo se dice raid? No sé. But welcome, welcome. And Spots 131, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Cat Disco Party, JJ Entertainments. And Shenanigans. I really appreciate you bringing all your viewers in. Good stuff. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If Any of you are new here, and it appears some of you are. Welcome to the channel. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I just said this a few minutes ago, but I'm going to repeat it. I work on dinosaurs. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general. That's everything from fossil bacteria to fossil redwood trees. From whales to corals to fossilized fungi, whatever you can think of. If it was an organism that left record of its existence in the rocks for us to find, there's a paleontologist who studies them. It's not just dinosaurs. But dinosaurs are what I study. Dinosaurs are what I dig up, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I discuss here on Twitch full-time. And this is my full-time job, believe it or not. This is how I make my living as a paleontologist, how I fund my research and my field work and everything else. On today's stream, we're going to be continuing our assembly of this big boy, a full-size adult T-Rex skull, 3D printed.
70 million year old dinosaur eggs, and they're perfectly preserved. Cool!
Hard week, another big rejection. So I feel better
Dyson
helping
Dinosaur.
another fellow paleo by supporting him.
I appreciate the 20 months of support. I'm sorry you had a hard week. It's good to have you here, Dyson Dinosaur. I hope things get better. Is it heavy? Asked Cat Disco Party. Yeah, it's heavy. And, well, shoot, I know if Spencer is still here, I know exactly what he's thinking. There. Yeah.
Hey, where did you find this?
It walks under my seat.
Are they heavy?
Yeah.
Then they're expensive. Put them back.
JJ Entertainments, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much.
Is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
And Victorious, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Holy cow. Getting ever closer to our goal for the week. We'll see if we get it this week. And Cat Disco Party, thank you for the follow too. Yeah. Tyrannosaurus is coming out amazingly. Thank you, Dyson Dinosaur. Filippo, good to see you. You're having a good day. It was really cool seeing you in chat when we were streaming from the museum in North Dakota. But, yeah. And that is a Scott Hartman piece. Yes, indeed, Deathsaurus. Here. Good eyes.
What's science ever done for us? TV off.
Scott Hartman Skeletal. There's a link to the Rockette T-Rex. We saw this in our documentary yesterday that we were looking at, but there it is right there. This is the work of Scott Hartman, who does some of the best skeletal drawings we'll see anywhere. There's a link. Anyhow, and those streams in North Dakota were a treasure. I'm glad you enjoyed them, Filippo. Yeah. Oh, and very nice. Amish Andy's tattoo. Thanks for posting this. Thank you for putting it in the chat, Lenina. It looks like what we used to call Pteranodon sternbergi. I don't know what the critter's current name is. Is it Sternbergia? Anyway, it's a pteranodonted pterosaur. It reminds me a lot of the Sternberg Museum's logo. In fact, yeah, it totally is. That's great. Oh, man, it's just ADHD stream today. Sweetie Pie. So many things going on. Hello, Sweetie Pie. What's shaking? Good stuff. What are you doing, sweetie? I'm gonna pay this landlord too. Happy Women in Science Day to you too, Bizarre Rules. Yeah. Oh, All right. Is it time for payment? Yeah. Sweetie Pie is, hang on a second. She's come here to collect her payments. It's like awful nice stream you got there. Be a shame if you know, somebody stood in front of the camera and made it so that nobody can see you. You know, this situation could be avoided if maybe some cat treats were to change hands. All right, Sweetie Pie. Okay, Sweetie Pie. Thank you, Don Sweetie, for protecting this broadcast. You are so gracious. Yeah. Spot says, she's like, why are you building an effigy to a predator of the past? I'm here now. Well, Sweetie Pie, you see, the thing is, there is kind of a difference in size here that is, I think, appreciable between a modern mammalian predator and a Mesozoic reptilian predator like this. Yeah. These are the lower jaws, which I showed these off a bunch of times yesterday, too. Finished these a few months ago. But yeah, this is life size. This is based on the commercial Maximus specimen. As is the cranium, too. So, again, we've got all of the parts printed for this. We're going to be spending some time putting together as much as we can today, live on stream. And also just kind of talking about Tyrannosaurus. I'll be filling some of the time looking at some old documentaries about it, so that people don't get too bored when I'm fiddling with all of the little connector pegs and stuff for these pieces. But yeah, over the course of this stream, you'll start to see this thing come together. I'm excited. Anywho. And if you're wondering why I'm dressed pretty informally today, it's because I'm going to be working with a lot of super glue, and I don't want to get that on any of my collared shirts, the ones that I normally wear on stream. Oh, thanks, Sweetie Pie. See you later. Oh yeah. So it's old t-shirt and shorts day today. Yeah. Without further ado, let's get into this show. I gotta try and be a little bit more focused on today's stream than this interior part of the broadcast would suggest. I know we've had been kind of all over the place right now. But yeah, we're I gotta really focus on trying to get this thing done. Before I do that, let's do a social media post. With the old social meteor. Alright, we're trying to do some good things on social media, like, I don't know, increase public awareness and enthusiasm for and knowledge of scientific principles. So anyway, if we can bring more people to this broadcast, then hopefully that's a good way to do that. I'm gonna, I guess, climb back into those Tyrannosaur jaws like they're a hula hoop and try and take a screenshot, then we'll post that. So, let's do it. Geek says, what a great video, thank you. I made that, I don't know, a couple years ago. Yeah. That space looks way too small for the T-Rex to fit. It kind of is, yeah. We'll talk about that in a minute, but yeah. This is such an uncomfortable pose. Here, to be able to press the screenshot button, or key command rather. Is there a better way to do this? Where we can get both in at the same time? Maybe not. Constraints of having a small office and a large theropod. Yeah, let's try this. Let's see if that looks any good. Alright, come on now. Photoshop. There we are. Preview. 720 DPI, because why not? Control V. Z for zoom. That'll work. For grab tool. Wait, no, we want spacebar for grab tool. There we go. Yeah. Okay. C for crop. Okay. I'm satisfied enough with that. Did not have to do another screenshot. Let's get that posted and then we'll get this thing start our assembly process. There we go. If I look worried, it's because I'm not sure this Tyrannosaurus skull will fit through the door once I'm done assembling it. Just the lower jaws. Already almost too big for my office. Going to see twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Hang out and see the build process. There we go. And let's do alt text, I guess. Screenshot of Twitch stream. With me sitting in between the posterior lower jaws of a 3D printed Tyrannosaurus skull. Thank you, Chris TS, for the 16 months of support. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you for the 16 months, keeping me here online for that long. It's a big deal, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get this done. Okay, good stuff. There's that link.
No expense.
Oh, thank you, Lenina, for gifting Maui.
Sub to Maui Girls 19.
Auntie, are you here?
84 gift subs in the channel.
Excellent. Hey to you, Maui Girls. Auntie, it's good to see you. That's my Auntie Lynn, everybody, my dad's sister. Yeah, Maui Girls, I hope you're having a great day. Will you be at the family reunion dealie on Saturday? Either in person or via live stream? Anyway, I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah. But on live, nice. Okay. Well, cool. I'll do my best to help troubleshoot if anything comes up with technical difficulties and all that. Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I'll see you on the computer again on Saturday, I guess, Auntie. But it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Here, I should pull this up again just so that you can see it. Today we're going to be continuing assembly of our life-size T-Rex skull. And these here are the lower jaws. Which I have to wear like a sandwich board just to be able to fit in this little office that I have here. Yeah, this is life-size. It's a big animal. And like I said yesterday, if anybody's wondering, Danny, how in the world do you expect to fit that in your office? What are you doing? You don't have space for that. You're not wrong, but I'd be slightly missing the point. Because this isn't going to end up here in my office. Its forever home will be here at the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. It's a museum that I've been doing some work with over the past few months. Not the past year, actually.
Do you see the hoo-hoos? Yes.
The Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont is a place to see.
It's a squid.
Yeah.
It's totally a squid.
And touch.
Pick one of these up.
Local history.
Pick one up.
We can see the things, the animals that lived here a million years ago, 100,000 years ago.
So there's a nice collection of Pleistocene fossils here.
There you go.
Fossils, animals, minerals.
A bunch of modern animal specimens.
We're loving it. The kids are having
all kinds of cool stuff like that.
Come here and
There's not a lot of dinosaur material, though.
And interact with the museum.
So, I've been brought on to help design and build some exhibits around dinosaurs for this museum. Everybody loves dinosaurs, especially kids who are kind of the target audience for this little homegrown museum. And so I'm very excited to help out with that. The T-Rex skull is going to be a hit. I can't wait to deliver it. It'll probably be a month or two until it's ready to be delivered, because after we assemble it, I'm going to be filling in all of these seams. I'm going to be, frankly, correcting a lot of the anatomical mistakes that are in this, because the file itself is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. And then I'll be painting it. So I'm pretty excited about that. It's going to take a while, but I think the finished product is going to be pretty darn cool. So yeah. Will it fit in the car? Oh yeah, Dr. Irrefutable. I've got a, you know, the most rugged and capable vehicle on the road, which has hauled numerous dinosaurs already over its illustrious career. Yeah. There we go. That's what it looks like. It's a 2008 Toyota Prius. This car can do anything. Not one of these pavement princess pickup trucks. $90,000 from the dealer and people never take it off-road. My car has been off-road for a significant portion of all the miles that I've driven it on. Anyway, yeah. There's a shocking amount of room inside of a Prius, too, if you fold the rear seats down. So yeah, the skull will absolutely fit inside of there. I'm not worried about it. No. Anywho. Yeah. How many local ABC stations or Channel 7 use that exact same logo? Yeah, Scorch Hellfire. They might even have, that might even be like a style guide requirement that they have or something, stuff like that. Anywho, yeah. Let's get into assembling this thing, without further ado, before I get further distracted. Yeah. Let's see here. We're going to resume this documentary that we were looking at yesterday on Tyrannosaurus, and we'll kind of have that in the foreground / background as I'm assembling these pieces. So, space set up here. I've got my glue, I've got my assembly pegs in here. I've got paper towels. I've got wet wipes, and I've got the cranium here. So, we've got this part over here on the side, kind of the posterior process of the maxilla. I'll be attaching this now. And this is the sort of thing where it's getting too big to really fit on camera in this main view. So I'm sure we'll be doing a lot of switching to this over here. But yeah, might not be the most entertaining thing to watch, but I do think it's fun to actually show this happening on stream. We're gonna have this playing in the foreground and sparking bits of conversation. If you've got any questions at all about Tyrannosaurus or other dinosaurs or whatever, just yell up and, you know, I'll pause and we'll talk about that. But yeah, should be kind of a chill stream where I'm working on something cool. You can kind of see it come to life before your eyes. And we'll have lots of, breaks for discussion and stuff here too. But yeah, we've confirmed T-Rex was a big fella, says Gojira. Yeah, when full grown, yes, absolutely. Yeah. And if it even fits inside the car, it'd be fun to see people's faces if you strap the skull on the roof of the car. I'm not going to put it on the roof of the car, Demon Prince, because, well, for one, that would kill my fuel economy, The Prius happens to be probably the most aerodynamic vehicle on the road. It'd be a shame to spoil that by putting a giant theropod skull on the roof, I one time made the mistake of putting a roof rack on top, and it cut my fuel economy by like 40%. It was nuts. So I'm not doing that again. Yeah, so it'll go inside the vehicle. Also, it would make things too top heavy. Like this is not going to be a lightweight thing. It'd be like having a big dude just sitting on the roof. Not something I'm interested in doing. Yeah.
But when we get beyond simple measurements and try to imagine the living animal, what we know often depends on whom we ask.
This is a documentary from 1991. We talked about this a little bit.
Here we have the head of Tyrannosaurus, which is not the head of
assembling now.
Godzilla. This head was not designed for biting huge hunks of the Chrysler building. You see that the eye sockets both face forwards. This animal was seen in stereo. That's very rare in dinosaurs.
The skull that he's looking at right here, I'm pretty sure this is AMNH 5027, which is AMNH 5027 skull. This is the famous one. There we go, yeah. See, it's kind of smushed like that. This looks like it might be at the Tate Museum yeah. Or no. Hang on. The Tate Museum is on my shirt. This is Orton Geological Museum. They've got similar displays to the Tate Museum. Anyhow, this is the same T-Rex skull, the same exact specimen, same individual animal from the Jurassic Park logo. And this is a cast of it that Bakker is looking at here. I don't know what museum he's at there, but yeah. Yeah. Demonstrates this super well. Yeah, Petrodactylus. I also have the Beast of the Mesozoic T-Rex figure, but I've got the gray painted one. I can use it as a reference for perspective or for lighting when I'm doing illustrations. So I just got this pretty recently, and it's a wonderful little artist's maquette that you can use for that. Very posable, very useful. Yeah. Anyway. And hi to you too, Disco Fountain. Good to have you here. Let's, yeah. Oh, and Scorch Hellfire says, I'm curious though, with dinosaur bones being so relatively light, which would be heavier, a non-fossilized T-Rex skull or the 3D printed facsimile? I'm thinking the actual bones would be heavier, but it depends. How wet are they, I guess? Are these bones that have been left out to dry for years and years? Because they get progressively lighter as they get more and more bleached by the sun and as they dry out more. Yeah. But, yeah. I'm guessing the actual bone would be a little bit heavier than the 3D print, just because the 3D prints are very hollow. I used only 5% infill for this, which is the minimum amount of infill that you can put in a 3D print with the 3D printing software that I'm using. So while Tyrannosaurus bones were hollow to various extents throughout the body, out of all the bones in the body, the skull bones, I don't think are particularly hollow. They're really built for strength. They evolved for taking a lot of stress. And so the actual bones would probably be heavier than, you know, than these 3D prints. It's my guess. But yeah. And Petrodactylus. Yeah, the unpainted ones are cool, but I don't know. Have you got like I'm guessing you've got the bigger T-Rex that's painted. That's got to be pretty awesome too. Did T-Rex have a lot of leg strength? An incredible amount, Mr. Elwood. Yeah, and I think we might talk about that here.
Scarier still, and very neat, is that the ears, this little hook here is for the ear canal. Both ears face forwards. This animal was focused on its prey with sight and sound, and if it was focused on you, you're in big trouble.
But while the head of T-Rex looks like a powerful weapon, its arms were tiny, perhaps too tiny for a hunter.
If you use your imagination and just try to conjure up what it would look like if a Triceratops was running down the street.
An image that stuck for decades. But it may not be what Osborn intended. As director of the American Museum of Natural History, Osborn was a dinosaur showman with a taste for spectacular displays. He made scale models of T-Rex in dynamic fight scenes. But the actual fossil bones were too heavy to mount in these off-balance postures. And in the end, Osborn had to settle for the static, upright pose that became our standard image of T-Rex.
Professor Osborn found the first skeleton, and he wanted to mount it like this, up and active. But the engineers couldn't produce the ironwork. We worked with hollow fiberglass casts and could bring Osborn's dream to life. Why did Osborn believe this great animal was so active? For a couple of good reasons. The knee has this great surface of bone here, the attachment point for the calf muscle, one of the major running muscles, a giant Tyrannosaurus drumstick right here. And attached to that calf muscle was the Achilles tendon, wrapping around here and going to the toes. A tendon so large, it was bigger and stronger than all the tendons in all 4 feet of a galloping white rhinoceros. This great beast was not designed as a plotter. This great beast was designed as a runner.
It may well have been a fairly good runner.
Paleontologist Jim Farlow.
But I don't think that these simple gestalt arguments, these just sort of looking at it and saying, oh gosh, look at that, it looks like it was a runner, therefore it was a runner, that doesn't strike me as an adequate way of going about this. You have to bring as many different lines of evidence to bear as you can.
The only direct evidence we have of how dinosaurs moved are fossil trackways.
And Exclusive Cleek says no other predator runs on hind legs. That's not actually true, Exclusive Cleek. There are a number of other predatory animals, even today, that run on their hind legs. The majority of them, however, are dinosaurs. Let me show you. Let's see. Take a look at this. Yeah.
One wrong move could be his last.
So this is a Seriema.
Spreading his wings disorients the snake and helps him jump clear of danger. He lands a first blow.
So this is an animal...
But the snake is fighting for its life.
...that will kick its prey to death. And they actually do have an enlarged digit 2 claw, so like their...
With chicks
their
to
middle
raise,
toe, I guess you could say?
This is just too risky.
Yeah. DJ Miklo, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Howdy, howdy.
After all, there are other options.
Yeah. Well, I don't like to see snakes get killed, but that's a serium. There's a number of other birds that will, well, they run on their hind legs and they eat other animals as prey. So yeah, that used to be the, you know, the standard bow plan, standard body plan for like big predatory animals on land. Back when those big predatory animals were theropod dinosaurs. Back when that was kind of your standard design, your standard body plan, your standard schema for being a terrestrial predator. Yeah, roadrunners do too. Yeah, Sculpin, that's actually a really good point. Yeah. And Son of Austerlitz? Yeah, this is the Tate Geological Museum in Casper, Wyoming. It's kind of an old ratty shirt that I have because I'm using a lot of super glue today as I assemble this. Ah! It's not even fitting in frame anymore. It's grown too large. But this is our Tyrannosaurus skull. Here, I can hold it like this and it looks like I'm holding the whole skull. But nope, stops there. Anywho, let's see what pieces I've got next to put on. Give me a second here. Pull up that file.
Ontogeny.
There we are. So, work 48 and 46 I've just put on. I should look for part 47, 44, and 51. Those are the lacrimals right here, the top of those, where they kind of meet the nasals in the center. And then part 62 I just put on. So I'm going to look for part 61, 57, and 45. 61, 57, 45. Okay, cool. Anywho, let's continue here.
The accuracy of the formula for himself.
Oh, any thoughts on the Goliath Tyrannosaur specimen? I'm not sure I know that one, Mr. J. Galacta. I'm guessing it's probably a commercial specimen. There's so many of those with names like this. This is the Maximus specimen here, which unfortunately has been lost to science. But somehow files of it became available online for a brief window, and I scooped them up while they were there. That's why I printed it.
Estimate how fast the bird was moving.
And hang on, new contender for biggest one, largest Tyrannosaur femur ever found, apparently. That's the problem with using isolated elements from a Tyrannosaurus or any kind of dinosaur to try to determine their size is we don't know if they just had weird proportions sometimes. Like maybe sometimes they would just have a really big femur where the rest of the body isn't as big as you would expect. We don't really have a large enough sample size of Tyrannosaurus from any one stratigraphic horizon to be able to say what level of individual variation there would be, you know? And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah, or any animal. Look at humans, some have longer legs than you'd expect, yep. Yeah. Denver was talking about this the other day, actually, when we were in North Dakota. When I was in North Dakota, Denver's still there. That's where he lives. But let me see if I can find that clip. These do the same. Do we have a transcript here that we can search? Transcript, okay. Wait for that to load and we'll do a Control F. Denver was talking about how isolated teeth. Yeah. There we go. Let me go back a little bit.
Was just a ridiculously crazy resorbed root.
Yeah, it's just
I mean, there's
hollowed out.
Usually they don't get that hollow before they pop out,
Mm-hmm.
but evidently this one did. This is a bit more typical,
Right.
Although I suppose this one has got matrix in it, but it's still not quite as.
Mhm.
And this is quite big for a Daspletosaurus. This is about as big as the Daspleto teeth get, and this is ever so slightly bigger than the B2. So there's the paper that came out recently talking about the maximum size of T-Rex might have been like 30% bigger than what we find. But the thing you look at isolated teeth, even though we haven't got complete skeletons, we have a lot of isolated teeth.
Oh yeah, much bigger sample size.
Yeah, and I haven't seen any teeth from individuals of T-Rex that are significantly larger than things like Sioux.
Yeah.
So it makes me suspect that we're not expecting to see anything much bigger than Sioux. You know,
Yeah.
maybe slightly bigger. But like in Daspletosaurus, we've got some teeth of some giants, like very, very big, that we haven't found skeletal remains for. But again, the teeth show you. They show you what's there in the ecosystem. They do it for the microfossils. We haven't found nice raptors. We haven't found nice trees.
This is a really, really good point that Denver made. So it does make me doubt that Tyrannosaurus really got much larger than the largest specimens that we have, the largest skeletons that we have. It's always possible, but it would be surprising because skeletons of Tyrannosaurus are very, very rare when you compare their numbers to just isolated teeth that you find. For every skeleton of a T-Rex that's been found, there's probably 1,000 isolated teeth that have been found. There's a lot of teeth out there. These animals produce teeth constantly throughout their lives. They never ran out of teeth. As long as they're alive, they're producing new teeth. And those new teeth are pushing the old teeth out. It's like a conveyor belt of teeth. Here, Jack talks about that in this little clip.
She let us... Look at that. And not just any teeth, the teeth of the oldest T-Rex ever found.
This little pocket right here in the teeth is where the next tooth sits.
Yep.
Dinosaurs replaced their teeth throughout their life, and T-Rex replaced all of their teeth every year. Here you can see the jaw.
Yeah, so if there really were Tyrannosaurus that were 50 feet long, 60 feet long, we would expect to find their teeth, and we would expect their teeth to be pretty darn big. We would expect to find teeth from those supersized Tyrannosaurs, and we just don't, you know? So that's why I suspect that I don't know, maybe there'd be an outlier here or there, like maybe it's got the Tyrannosaurus equivalent of gigantism or something. You know, the Andre the Giant of the T-Rex world. Somebody who's just like an outlier, very special. But for the most part, like, I don't see why there's any reason to expect that the animals got that much bigger than like Sioux or the Scotty specimen or specimens like that are truly gargantuan, but they're about 42 feet long, about 13 meters, give or take. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. And Kettle Cook says, how do we know they replace their teeth every year? It's about every year, about once a year. But you can actually do tooth histology. So within the teeth are little growth lines, and those are either weekly or maybe even daily lines that are laid down as the teeth are growing there in the jaw. And you can do the same thing that you can do for dinosaur limb bones, where you cut them open and you count the growth rates. So we can tell that those teeth had been in the mouth for like a year or less. So if we can determine how long the teeth are in the jaw, then we can determine how frequently they're replaced. So it's about once a year. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Dasher Fernando says, is T-Rex the dinosaur with the biggest bite force? I think that's safe to say, yeah. Yeah, the other really big theropods that rival Tyrannosaurus in size, like some of the big Carcharodontosaurs or the Spinosaurs. Yeah, things like Giganotosaurus, Carcharodontosaurus, Mapusaurus, Tyrannotitan, etc. Even some of the really big Allosaurus. Their jaws are built in a different way than Tyrannosaurs. They're not as heavily built, they're not as robust. Critters like Giganotosaurus here, while they did have very strong jaws, they're not just unfathomably strong in the same way that like Tyrannosaurus jaws are. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that of all the dinosaurs that ever lived, Tyrannosaurus Rex, as far as we know, had the strongest bite force out of all of them. Like, I don't think you get a lot of argument there if you were to, you know, if I were to walk up to 10 of my colleagues and say that, I don't know if I'd get any objections. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. And is there a theory why Tyrannosaurus had short arms? A freaky feeling that's true for a lot of big theropod dinosaurs, like Giganotosaurus, or like Allosaurus, or yeah, most of these guys have got very small forearms compared to the rest of their body, and it's a question of balance. You know, if you're walking around on two legs, and your head is at the end of your neck, at the far end of your body, if you're developing this huge, heavy head, like these guys did, you need to reduce the weight somewhere else at the front of your body. And so for tyrannosaurs, there's a few different ways that theropod dinosaurs kind of solve this problem. One of them is to develop long neural spines. So, like, Acrocanthosaurus seems to do this. It does have fairly small forelimbs, but not as small as T-Rex. But it lengthens its neural spines, and it acts almost kind of like a suspension bridge.
This was our world 225 million years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Amelia Bedelia, thank you for the 35 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Excellent. Good stuff, Hogan. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so you can lengthen your neural spines on your vertebrae to act almost like the towers on a suspension bridge to help hold up the front of your body. And that way, you can support a little bit more weight at the far end. Your head can be a little heavier. Or you could just reduce your forelimbs in a kind of crazy way. So like with Tyrannosaurus, those forelimbs just get smaller and smaller in order to have this huge, heavy, deadly head. The business end of the animal, you know? It's like a teeter-totter. You gotta balance both sides of it. So the heavier you make your head at that end of your body, the lighter you have to make other parts at that end of your body. But you could also just make your tail's super heavy, but that causes all kinds of other problems that you don't want to do. So, yeah. Anyway, the small arms of tyrannosaurs, that was one of the keys to their success. That was an evolutionary trend that just continued on and on and on, and there's a decent chance, I think. It's easy to say this because you can't test it, but there's a decent chance that if these animals had been allowed to continue to evolve, if T-Rex hadn't been one of the last dinosaurs that died when that asteroid hit 66 million years ago, if it had been allowed to continue to evolve, and if this small arms trend had continued further, maybe they would have lost their arms entirely. It certainly seems like they're trending in that direction. But we'll never know, I guess, because, well, that experiment wasn't allowed to run through to its conclusion. There was a giant rock from outer space that got in the way. So yeah. Anywho. And I don't get it, where is the neural spine? So neural spines are that's the spine that projects off the top of a vertebra. So, here. Kettle Cook. The neural spine on a vertebra, in humans it's called the spinous process, because everything in humans has got to have a special cutesy name. But, yeah, here. Let's look at a dorsal vertebra from a dinosaur. Here's an Apatosaurus vertebra right here, kind of three-quarter view. That's the neural spine. It's the part that sticks up off of the centrum above the neural canal, and you've got the neural spine. Then you have your transverse processes that stick out the sides, and your pre-zygapophyses, these projections up here above the neural canal, and then sometimes you've got post-zigs too, post-zygapophyses. But those really aren't on here. But yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah, and Dasher Fernando says dinosaurs were so beautifully evolved that the only thing that could take them out was an asteroid. Lol. I mean, kind of, yeah. That's what happened. But yeah. And yeah, Crimson Carnotaurus, it does seem like Abelisaurs are moving in that direction too. Yeah. Oh, soundboard, sorry. Bumped that. But yeah, some of these guys, the Abelisaurs, they've got a big heavy head and big heavy necks too, and so they just reduce their forelimbs like crazy. To the point where, like, we're not totally sure if their forelimbs were functional in any way whatsoever. We're not even sure if they're outside of, like, the body wall. Their arms were seemingly so small they may have just been kind of pinned to their sides.
The atomic city. This is a modern pueblo.
It's like Carnotaurus there. Yeah. Then on the opposite side of that spectrum, you've got the Megaraptorid dinosaurs, like Maip right here, Maip macrothorax. We think these guys had really big forelimbs, and they've got smaller skulls as a result. So it's all a balancing act. What's our best skeleton for one of these Megaraptorans? Probably Australovenator? Yeah. So these guys, they've got some big beefy forelimbs. We're not totally sure of their proportions, but it seems like they've got some serious arms on them. Yeah. But then they've got a much smaller skull. Again, it's all about balance. Yeah. Yeah. Exclusive Cleeks is much like snakes evolving to not need arms. Yeah. Yeah. And legs too. But yeah. That's the thing, is if a feature is no longer needed, get rid of it. That's how things tend to work. in evolution. Like if a certain anatomical feature is of no use anymore, and if you can do away with it without any ill effects, it behooves you to do so.
Ontogeny.
That's a pattern that we see again and again in the history of life on Earth. It's pretty cool. Yeah. And there you go, Carnotaurus. Yeah, a lot of the abelisaurs, their heyday was like late Cretaceous. Oh, and Frank Big Time says, is there a chance that the arms didn't evolve away because they are useful when the T-Rex were young, just not when they were old? That's an excellent question, Frank Big Time. You're thinking in terms of ontogeny, which is really smart. Given that Tyrannosaurus probably
ontogeny.
Given that they probably occupied different niches throughout their lifetimes. Like you see here. Given they changed so much as they grew and matured, I kind of suspect that this reconstruction isn't entirely correct. Those arms, I think, would have been proportionally larger on the baby than they are on the adult. Does that make sense? So, like, the arms should look bigger on the baby, I think. It's a hunch. Yeah. But I don't know. We don't have good fossils of like a really young T-Rex yet. The best we've got, the smallest and youngest T-Rex specimen that we have is one that I helped excavate. One that Lee Hall discovered in 2006, and then Denver Fowler identified later. Chomper Rex, MOR 6625.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this little skull right here. Chomper. Yeah. So, I actually have a 3D printed skeleton of this guy, but it's mostly sculpted. It's over here. Yeah. But the skull elements are mostly based on this specimen, on little Chomper there. The world's smallest and youngest baby T-Rex. Pretty cool. So anyway, it could be that maybe young Tyrannosaurs did use their forelimbs more than the adults did, and maybe that's why they didn't lose them entirely over the course of evolution up to that point, is because the babies still had use for them. For that, like, key moment in their growth, like when they're chasing small prey, maybe they'd use their forelimbs a little bit. It's really hard to say, you know? So yeah. Yeah. But yeah, anywho. Oh, hang on a sec. Let's see. And is it common to not find baby dinosaurs, says Patrick Crusader. Yeah, I mean, their fossils tend to be, well, their fossils are smaller, given that they're babies. They're not as easy to identify. They're not as easy to spot when you're out prospecting. They're not as easy to collect in a lot of ways because the bones are more delicate. And collection of juvenile dinosaurs has been not as heavily emphasized, especially in the early days of dinosaur paleontology. Here, I'll show you a clip with Jack talking about this back in the day.
dinosaurs. A tyrannosaur, a big one. Then the museum in Ottawa wanted a bigger one and a better one. And that happened for all the museums. So everyone was out looking for all these bigger and better dinosaurs. And this was in the early 1900s. By about 1970, some scientists were sitting around and they thought, what in the world? Look at these dinosaurs, they're all big. Where are all the little ones?
Yeah.
And they thought about it and they even wrote papers about it. Where are the little dinosaurs? Well, go to a museum, you'll see. See how many baby dinosaurs there are. People assumed, and this was actually a problem, people assumed that if they had little dinosaurs, if they had juvenile dinosaurs, they'd be easy to identify. You'd have a big dinosaur and a littler dinosaur. But all they had were big dinosaurs. And it comes down to a couple of things. First off, scientists have egos.
Yeah.
And scientists like to name dinosaurs. They like to name anything. Everybody likes to have their own animal that they named. And so every time they found something that looked a little different, they named it something different.
Even if it was just a juvenile dinosaur. Like, so, I don't know. This is my own bias because, you know, I was trained under Jack and under the people who trained under Jack. But this idea of ontogeny is really important.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, there you go, Chad. Scoobs, yes. These animals, we know for a fact, many of them changed tremendously as they grew.
Ontogeny.
We call that ontogeny. Ontogenetic changes during ontogeny. But they look so different at different growth stages.
Ontogeny.
They were often named different things. And so sometimes you've got 6 or 7 different dinosaurs that have been named. And it turns out
ontogeny.
they're just different stages of ontogeny of the same animal.
Ontogeny.
So, yeah. That's part of why baby dinosaurs are rare, is that sometimes baby dinosaurs would get found, or young dinosaurs, subadult dinosaurs, you know, smaller individuals, they'd get named as different species, when it turns out they're just smaller individuals, usually younger. So yeah. Like the baby Centrosaurus that was named Monoclonius. That might actually be a little bit more complicated than that Star Wolf, but yeah. Yeah, Centrosaurus and Monoclonius, I'm not sure if they're actually from the same time. I think there's some confusion about that. Denver Fowler would be the person to ask, actually. But yeah. Do you see this trend changing lately, or do you feel like many paleontologists are still quick to name things without considering ontogeny? Oh yeah, many paleontologists are still very eager to name something that looks a little bit different, to name it something different. That's been the, you know, the historical legacy. That's been the way that it's been for a long time, and a lot of people are still operating under that assumption that if morphologically it's a little bit different, it's got to be a different species or a new genus. But, and it's not just ontogeny too. Individual variation is can be pretty dramatic. Here, there we go. So here's paleontologist Emily Bamforth from up in Canada. She's talking about these Centrosaurine ceratopsid dinosaurs, horned dinosaurs.
all of those things are what are called individual variation. So we think that dinosaurs, particularly dinosaurs that lived in herds, had some degree of individual variation, something that made individuals different and recognizable to their family, their friends, their enemies. So one feature of the skull that is highly variable in horned dinosaurs is what is called the parietal.
Yep.
So the parietal is part of the skull. And in horned dinosaurs, it gets really flat and elongated and makes up the head frill of these dinosaurs. So the back of the frill is there's often horns that project out the side. Different horned dinosaur species do all kinds of weird things with their parietals. So that picture there on the right, that's a Styracosaur.
Right here.
So Styracosaurs have these huge, long parietal horns.
This kind of bugs me a little bit when you've got perfect symmetry in your dinosaurs like this. Especially with horned dinosaurs. We don't often see this when we actually look at their fossils. The right side often looks different from the left side. Not like one side has spikes and the other side doesn't, but the spikes will have different curvature to them. They'll be different lengths, that kind of thing. We see like variation like that. You know, each one's got their own kind of unique character.
Come off the back of their parietals. So a whole bunch of different species of horned dinosaurs have done all kinds of different things with their parietals.
Yep.
In Pachyrhinosaurus, so that's the kind of the image in the middle. You can see that's a Pachyrhinosaur looking like kind of head sort of top down at the skull. So you can see the orbital boss there of the same species of animals. There is a huge amount of individual variation in those parietals.
Yep.
So this is kind of what that looks like. So all of these images here, these are all Pachyrhinosaurs from Pipestone Creek. These are all.
So yeah, these are not from different time periods. These are not stratigraphically separated. These are all animals that lived at the same time and the same place. I mean, they were, well, yeah.
And they were roommates.
Oh my God, they were roommates.
They were contemporaries of one another. They lived together. It's not like we're looking at evolution over time. It's like these are members of they were roommates, basically, you know?
All that parietal bone. Again, you can see what's highlighted in the image in the middle. Again, the P2s are the horns that cross over in the midline. The P3s are the ones that stick out the side. So you can see that some of these parietals are symmetrical. Some of them are asymmetrical. In some of them, the P3s are big and inflated and cross over.
Yep.
In some of them, the P2s are really small and don't.
And thank you, DDR Who. I appreciate the 4 months of support. Thank you for the prime there. Doctor Who, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Crossover in one specimen has no P2s at all. It has none of those midline horns. As for the P3s, you can see the one on the top left there. It has one that's straight and one that's curled. Sometimes they look like big Texas.
Oh, yeah, I have to put it away.
Like
That's
the P3s will be kind of as long as the midline.
This really bugs me because this is like the coolest part of the talk, and this guy didn't turn his microphone off.
Parietal itself.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're really short and stubby.
Yeah. Okay.
So if we just highlight the outlines of these and then isolate them, you can see that there is a huge amount of variation in these parietal bones in Pipestone Creek.
Yeah. Leave the light on the front for Lizette.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just ask, can people mute themselves, please? I think you're coming through. Yeah, that'd be thanks. Sorry, I can't do it myself because I'm presenting.
Sorry.
But yeah, so we have a huge range of individual variations within these parietals. This is interesting because if ceratopsian species are defined based on parietal morphology, and yet within this one species of dinosaur, we have a huge range of individual variation, what does that mean for how we define ceratopsian species? So
it means that they're probably massively oversplit. I'll just come out and say it. A lot of the different species that have been named, especially ones that are coeval, ones that lived at the same time, and like, oh, this one looks a little bit different from that one. Must be a different species. No. Like, you can't assume that. You know? Yeah. So anyway,
So if we have one species of horned dinosaur that has this kind of parietal, and we have another that has that kind of parietal, how do we know they're not the same species and that the variations that we're seeing are not just individual variation?
So this is the thing, is that you've got all of these different potential sources of different morphologies, variation. It could be that you're looking at different animals. It could be different species. We call that taxonomic variation. It could be individual variation in the same species. So just individuals looking different from each other. It could be ontogenetic variation, where different growth stages look different from one another. It could be stratigraphic variation. So like you could have an anagenetic lineage where like the animals are evolving over time, like we see with Triceratops in the Hell Creek Formation. And Torosaurus too. Long story, but I'm of the opinion that Torosaurus is probably the same dinosaur as Triceratops, but from mostly earlier in time, and you've got some interesting heterochrony going on. So like the ontogenetic changes are also evolving over time too. But anyway, Lokinoto, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So yeah, what was I saying? You've got taxonomic variation, different species looking different. You've got individual variation. You've got stratigraphic variation, like over time, like the animals are changing, like over evolutionary time. There might be geographic variation. You could have variation in between different sexes, male and female and what have you. There's a lot of potential sources of variation like this. You can also just have the skulls and other bones get crushed after they're buried. So you get deformation. It could be taphonomic variation. So there's all these different things that you have to consider. It's a lot of variables to keep track of when you're trying to study critters like dinosaurs. There's a lot that can fool you, so you got to be careful, and you've got to really think hard about it. There's so many variables, and that's why paleontology, this is an example of it being a really complex kind of science. There's a lot going on. And you've got to be well-versed in a lot of different areas to be a good paleontologist, you know? You've got to know a good amount about a lot of different subjects. You've got to be able to synthesize this information. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Why do they have to be put at the species level when we have such little info, says P-Bounds? Because scientists like to name things, you know? Yeah.
It comes down to a couple of things. First off,
you go blow my nose.
Scientists have egos, and scientists like to name dinosaurs. They like to name anything. Everybody likes to have their own animal that they named. And so every time they found something that looked a little different, they named it something different. And what happened, of course, is we ended up with a whole bunch of different dinosaurs. In 1975, a light went on in somebody's head. Dr. Peter Dodson at the University of Pennsylvania actually realized that dinosaurs grew kind of like birds do, which is different than the way reptiles grow. And in fact, he used the cassowary as an example, and it's kind of cool. I mean, if you look at the cassowary...
This hopefully answers another question that we had earlier that I didn't have time to get to. And it was, like, how are dinosaurs special like this? Like, why did dinosaurs grow in a weird way? And it's because they're not mammals. Mammals grow in such a way where they stay in one niche their entire lives, basically. So, like, when mammals are creatures like, you know, they generally are furry or hairy. They're generally endothermic, warm-blooded. They feed their young with milk. That's something that all mammals do. And that's what I'm getting at. When mammals have babies, they feed those babies with milk until the babies start eating whatever the adults are eating. And I'm pretty sure this is like a hard and fast rule for mammals. Mammals typically don't go, as soon as they're born, they run off on their own and they start eating something completely different from what the adults are eating. It's just not how mammals work. Mammals feed on mother's milk until they're big enough to eat what the adults are eating, and as a result, that means that they're staying in the same ecological niche. They're doing the same job that their parents do as soon as they stop drinking milk. Does that make sense? So in a given environment, you might have a bunch of different mammal species and they're all doing one job each. Dinosaurs were not like this. Dinosaurs didn't feed their young with milk. At least we have no evidence that they did. We've got no reason to think that they would feed their young with milk. They had varying levels of parental care, but for a lot of dinosaurs, it seems like the babies might be, you know, after they're out of the nest, maybe they're cared for by their parents in the nest, but maybe like a lot of reptiles, like sea turtles, for instance, you know, dinosaurs would dig a nest, lay their eggs, and then they'd leave. And the babies hatch out, and then they're loose, and they just have to survive. They're eating whatever they can eat, and they're moving, as they're getting bigger and bigger and bigger, from about this big when they first hatch, if they hatch out of a really big egg. If it's a smaller egg, they start off a lot smaller. And then they have to reach full adult size by kind of eating different things at different stages of growth. So they're moving through the environment, moving through different ecological niches. They're doing different jobs as they get bigger and bigger. Very different from how mammals work. Birds are today kind of like this. And so, like, especially large birds like cassowaries, emus, ostriches.
Or any of the birds that have crests on their heads, they actually grow to about 80% adult size before the crest starts to grow.
Yep.
Now think about that. I mean, they're basically retaining their juvenile characteristics very late into what we call ontogeny. So allometric cranial ontogeny is relative skull growth. Okay? So you can see that if you actually found one that was 80% grown and you didn't know that it was going to grow up to a cassowary, you would think they were two different animals.
Yep.
All right? So this was a problem, and Peter Dotson pointed this out using some duckbill dinosaurs, a thing called Hypacrosaurus. And he showed that if you were to take a baby and an adult and make an average of what it should look like,
it's a hypothetical average,
linear fashion.
So like, this isn't real. This is like you're making a computer model of like, oh, if you take the baby and you take the adult and you cross them, this is what it should look like when it's half grown, right? But it doesn't look like that. It looks much more like the baby when it's more than half grown. When it's 65% grown, it still looks much more like the baby.
It would have a crest about half the size of the adult. But the actual subadult, the 65%, had no crest at all.
Yeah.
So this was interesting. So this is where people went astray again. I mean, if they'd have just taken Peter Dotson's work and gone on with that, then we would have a lot less dinosaurs than we have. But scientists have egos. They like to name things. And so they went on naming dinosaurs because they were different.
So I want to emphasize here too that, of course, I, was trained at Museum of the Rockies under Jack Horner and under Jack Horner's students. And so I'm definitely biased in this direction. There are dinosaur paleontologists who would vehemently disagree with me about this. What? Oh, sorry, I hit the soundboard. But it's true. They would vehemently disagree with me about this. Yeah. It's like, well, in the modern world, there's so many different species, and they're, it's so difficult to tell them apart by just their skeletons. Look at a lion and a tiger. They're very different, and different lifestyles, different habitats. They look very different, and their skeletons are very similar. Sure, okay, yeah. They've got a point there. But also, we're talking about mammals versus dinosaurs. I think we've got good reason to think that dinosaurs would be less speciose than mammals. That one species of dinosaur in an environment might take up multiple different ecological niches. Whereas in mammal-dominated ecosystems today, it's one mammal species per niche. So a bunch of niches, bunch of mammal species. One niche, one mammal species. Whereas with a lot of dinosaurs, it would be one dinosaur species hogging a bunch of different niches. Does that make sense? So I think we've got, I suspect that we've got real reason to think that dinosaur species, there'd be fewer dinosaur species than there would be species of like an equivalent sized mammal. Does that make sense? So yeah. Plane Shifter N says, what's a niche? So a niche, watch out, Mini Pie, I need to get my mouse. Sorry, it's under your butt. I'm not trying to, there you go, okay. I'll get you some treats in a second here, Mini Pie. But a niche is like an ecological job. Let's see if I can find you a good explanatory video about this. What is a niche? Let's see. Let's try that. What is a niche?
An ecological niche is the role an organism or population plays in an ecosystem. Each species has a different set of adaptations, and so they do not directly compete for all the same resources as other species. They have their own niche. So lots of different species can coexist because they occupy different niches. For example, some species may be able to live in a small range of temperatures, or others might exist within a certain range of elevations or salinities. Rainforests provide a massive number of niches because of their immense diversity. The trend for most niches is related to vertical positioning in the forest. For example, some plants invest lots of energy into growing really tall. They spread out their branches and absorb light without competition.
It's kind of a vague concept, but it's like, it's your special job that you do in the ecosystem. Yeah, like, let's see if this is any good.
An ecological niche describes how an individual organism fits into an ecosystem. The niche of an organism includes where they get their food, where they find shelter, and who they mate with. The niche that an organism establishes is based on their adaptations, or traits for survival. To survive, each organism in an ecosystem has to establish their own niche.
Yep.
When the niches of two organisms overlap...
And so when they say individual organisms, I think what she means is species. She doesn't mean individuals of a species. But anyway, so like with dinosaurs, when we were talking about like the, ontogeny, the ontogenetic like niche partitioning in tyrannosaurs, basically, is that like at different stages of growth, they're doing different things. Maybe when they're about this size, when they've got these long, lanky legs, they're really fast runners, they're chasing down and eating thescelosaurs and oviraptorosaurs. And then they get bigger and bulkier, then they can go after the big heavy guys like Triceratops and Edmontosaurus. When they're full grown, they're eating the full-grown plant eaters. But maybe these guys, when they're a baby, they're going after little mammals, frogs, lizards, stuff like that. They get a little bit bigger, they can start eating baby dinosaurs. And then, it's like they're eating different things in their ecosystem at different stages of growth. They're doing a different job. They're consuming different resources. They're maybe living in a different part of the habitat. They've got different ways of hunting, that kind of thing. So it's almost like they're shape-shifting over their lifetimes. They're going from like a, little predator eating little guys in the underbrush, and then when they get bigger, they're eating bigger and bigger prey. Maybe they're living out on the plains. Maybe they're running down these fast-moving dinosaurs, eating these little guys. And then when they get really big, maybe they develop into like slower stalking ambush predators, where they're like, hiding in the forest, and maybe they are kicking over a triceratops and eating it, like Jack said earlier in that clip. It's Does that make sense? Yeah. Gojira says, as a fish guy, this seems like the common sense answer. Yeah, and fishes, a lot of them, especially ones that don't exhibit parental care, long-term parental care, they probably do the same thing. Where like, especially your larger fishes are probably also occupying different niches at different stages of growth. Like, I bet you that your giant sea bass, these guys that get truly, truly huge, I'm sure they're not doing the same thing in their ecosystem when they're this big than when they're very small. I'm sure they're occupying different niches throughout their growth, which is something that, like, mammals don't do. Think about, like, lions. So lions hang out in a social group. They exhibit prolonged parental care. The lion cubs, when they're first born, they just drink milk until they're big enough to eat meat like the adults are eating, and the adults feed them. And then they get big enough and they're able to feed themselves, but that's the thing, is they're eating the same thing that the adults are eating. They're also going after gazelle and wildebeest and zebra and springbok and whatever else, They're not really occupying different niches throughout their life. That makes sense? Yeah. A lot of arthropods too, says Sushi Cat. That would make sense, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. And P-Bounds said, what was that? It's also advantageous to not compete with your own young. Yeah, that's the thing. If the adults and the juveniles are eating different things, they can both exist in the same habitat without, one of them running out of food because they're eating different stuff. So that's one idea why in some of these ecosystems dominated by tyrannosaurs. It's funny, I've just mentioned this today and when I got to the paleontology seminar at Berkeley. Cat Schroeder dinosaurs. Here we go.
Right? So we're generally not looking at the juveniles. We're only looking at the adults. So what happens if we actually look at the juveniles and the adults at the same time? So how would we do this, right? We start with mass death assemblages, and these are really...
So, yeah, he kind of outlines this earlier. There's like this weird problem where we don't have medium-sized meat-eating dinosaurs in some of these environments. We get small meat-eating dinosaurs down here, things like dromaeosaurs and troodontids and these little coelurosaur type guys, and then you get the big tyrannosaurs, and there's no in-between for meat eaters. So, like, what's going on?
100 kilograms was kind of missing. Brown et al. Found that anything below 60 kilograms was kind of missing. This is actually above that. This is some fairly large animals that seem to consistently not be in dinosaur communities.
Yeah, why?
In fact, we find this gap in approximately 86% of our communities. And just to give you a context, this isn't a small gap, 100 to 1,000 kilograms. If we were to apply a similar mass distribution, so if we were to take what carnivorous dinosaur mass distributions look like and apply it to a modern mammalian carnivore assemblage of a similar size, something like Kruger.
It's Kruger National Park in South Africa.
All of the carnivorous mammals between the size of a bat-eared fox and a male African lion.
So here's the thing, is that you've got all these different mammals here, all occupying these different, like, mid-sized carnivore niches right here. We don't have those in this dinosaur assemblage. All of them are missing. So, again, you've got all of these guys. You've got caracals and jackals and hyenas and leopards and Cape hunting dogs and all aardwolf, whoever all these other guys are. There's a cheetah right there. I think that's a cheetah. If we were to take that gap right here, like we see in these dinosaur ecosystems, and apply it to Kruger National Park, all these guys would be gone. So, like, clearly the mammal-dominated ecosystem very different than the dinosaur-dominated ecosystem.
Between the size of a bat-eared fox and a male African lion. So clearly, there's something going on here. This is a significant gap. It certainly can't be explained by size bias in the fossil record because it is above what we find as the bias in most instances.
I'm really glad that she was able to control for that.
And when we do the math, actually, we do find that there is a significant correlation between the size of the gap and the size of the largest carnivore in the community. So there's something else going on here. This isn't just a byproduct of poor fossilization. We don't find the gap in communities that don't have carnivores over 1,000 kilograms. And that's
Casey Snowart,
where we get this term megatheropod, right?
Ding, 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 you got it.
So when we're referring to megatheropods, we're not just talking about megatheropods because they're big. We're actually talking about them being megatheropods because they could actually be changing the actual structure of the community around them.
Pretty darn cool.
This brings us to question 2, right? What is causing this persistent gap in carnivore communities? We see it in a majority of the communities. There seems to be some kind of interaction with the megatheropods, but we're not entirely certain what that interaction is.
Yeah.
So interestingly, right, 2012, another great paper came out from Codron et al., and they were testing mathematically the potential for competition in dinosaurs through ontogeny or through growth, right? One of their...
And Rathing says the mega carnivores are eating all the corpses of the medium dinosaurs. I mean, you'd still find bones left over even if they're eating them, you know? We've got lots of examples of carcasses that were fed on by meat-eating dinosaurs, but we still have the bones, you know? So it's... There's a reason, it seems, why they're just gone.
Predictions was the existence of a gap in the fossil record of dinosaurs between 100 and 1,000 kilograms due to increased...
Well, they were there,
due to the increased complexity
but they're not different species here
in dinosaurs. So that was a lot of big words. That's a lot to unpack. So let's slow down for just a minute and discuss a bit about, you know, why dinosaur ontogeny is weird.
Yeah.
So, first off, dinosaurs are oviparous. They lay eggs, right? And granted, anything that poops out a ball of bones and claws and teeth and feathers is a little bit weird, but dinosaurs in particular are weird because they're big, right?
Yeah.
So because of gas exchange, eggs can only get so big. Eggs can only max out.
Talked about this a little bit yesterday,
right? So even if you're an 80-ton sauropod as an adult, you're still starting out the size of a border collie when you hatch out of that egg.
Smaller than a border collie, yeah. You're starting out the size of like a miniature poodle. Border collie's a little bit bigger, right? Border collie. Yeah, this is way bigger than a hatchling sauropod. I'm thinking like teacup poodle size. Yeah. Yeah, about like this. This would be about as big as like a baby sauropod. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, whoop.
Running low.
These little guys. The adults would grow to be huge, like over 100 feet long.
Small plants dropped in.
Yeah.
Heading their way. It is a Rajasaur.
Uh-oh.
Out in the open.
Ah! And these little babies just getting eaten up. Anywho, even the very, very largest dinosaurs, the biggest ones who ever lived, you know, critters like Patagotitan, you know, an animal as big as a jetliner. When they first hatched, they'd be like the size of a teacup poodle, something like that. Really small. You could hold them in your hand comfortably. It'd be smaller than mini pie. And then over the course of their lives, if they survived, they'd grow to be, what, 40 meters long. About the size of a human newborn? Smaller, kettle cook, probably. Because again, you're hatching out of an egg that's no bigger than a soccer ball. Or a football, depending on where you live. Yeah. The egg would be no bigger than that. So the baby, you know, curled up in the egg would be, yeah, about the size of, I don't know, teacup poodle, maybe the size of like a small beagle, a small dog, you know? A small dog. So that's what Kat Schroeder's talking about here. I need to bring her on for an interview if she'd like to do that at some point, because it'd be really cool to talk about this.
Even if you're an 80-ton sauropod as an adult, you're still starting out the size of a border collie when you hatch out of that
Or a smaller
egg.
dog, I think.
So
Yeah.
there's some things that we know about animals, especially the few remaining big predatory egg-laying reptiles that we have today, like Komodo dragons.
Yep.
When there's big differences between the size of eggs and hatchlings versus the size of adults in a species, particularly in animals with little to no parental care, we know that the infants and the juveniles of those species tend to exist in very different ways in their communities, right?
So there's a baby Komodo dragon. Baby Komodo dragons live in a totally different part of the environment than the adults do. They're arboreal. They're climbing around in the trees. They're staying out of the way of the adults. They're not competing with the adults. They're eating bugs. They're eating a lot of bugs. Sometimes they'll eat like birds or eggs if they can get them. Well, the adults are eating pigs and deer and cows and, I was going to say unwary tourists, but it's pretty rare, I think, that a Komodo dragon eats a person. They could, but they rarely do.
So by and large, these teeny tiny babies are not going to be physically capable of capturing the same prey that their adult conspecifics can. So adult Komodo dragons, which are 200 kilograms and fully terrestrial predators that are known to hunt and eat things the size of water buffalo as adults, as juveniles, Komodo dragons actually live in trees and eat bugs, right?
Yep.
They're hatched out of eggs about the size of a chicken egg. And from that point, it's just a mad scramble up to the nearest tree because mom is just as likely to eat you as she is to take care of you. So ecologically, the juveniles of Komodo dragons are very, very different animals, despite being part of the same species as the adults, right?
That makes sense.
And this is a phenomenon that is referred to as ontogenetic niche shift. So your niche is basically...
Or ontogenetic niche partitioning is another way to put it, but same thing, basically. If you hear those two different terms, they mean the same thing.
Where you live in the ecosystem, so what you're eating, literally where you're living, when you're active, all kinds of different things that describe, what role an animal plays in their ecosystem. And then ontogeny, again, is just how you grow. So shifting your niche through your growth, right? And this is a really important thing because ontogenetic niche shift is actually a way to partition resources. So resources being food or space. And when you can partition your resources, you can reduce competition within your species, right? So for dinosaurs, which compared to mammals, they have the bare minimum of specialization when it comes to feeding mechanisms. They're mostly too big to partition their habit vertically like birds. We're not going to find a T-Rex in a tree anytime soon. Any form of resource partitioning for these animals is super, super important, because they don't have a lot of the other ways that we see partitioning, especially dietary partitioning in modern mammals. And this is important because when a species or an individual of a species ends up in the same niche where they're competing for the same food in the same place at the same time, competition tends to pick a winner, right? And over long enough periods of time, we might actually start to see something called competitive exclusion.
Yep, or one out competes another.
Out of an ecosystem because of competition from another. And here, once again, we see body size starting to come into play, because the bigger you are, the faster you reach competitive exclusion. So,
anyway, good stuff. If you want to watch the rest of this, I highly recommend you do. It seems interesting. Kat Schroeder is one of the people who's kind of at the cutting edge of taking what we know about dinosaur ontogeny and applying that to ecology, like what the animals are doing in these ecosystems and why that's important. So her work is really, really exciting. And I don't think she was at SVP. I was looking forward to meeting her, but she wasn't there this year. Maybe next year. But yeah. Anyway, and somebody was asking in the chat, Woods RS, are crocodiles considered like the new age dinosaur? No. So birds literally are living dinosaurs. Crocodiles aren't. Crocodiles are related to dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs. So here's a really handy chart. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? First of all, let me say that the way that we classify living things as scientists, it's not based on vibes, it's not based on what they look like, it's not based on general feeling or something. It's based on what they evolved from. So in order to be a dinosaur, there is one requirement. What is that one requirement, chat? What's the one requirement to be a dinosaur? What do you have to have done in order to be considered a dinosaur? What's the one requirement? Yeah, not marshmallows, no. We got it right there. In order to be a dinosaur, your ancestors have to have been dinosaurs. It's all based on ancestry. That's what classification is. When we group different organisms, different living things, into different groups, it's based on what they evolved from. So dinosaurs begin here on this nifty little family tree. And in order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur species. If you didn't, then you're not a dinosaur. That's why birds up here are dinosaurs, but crocodiles over here are not. They're close to dinosaurs, so dinosaurs and crocodiles, they both share a recent common ancestor. So not too long before both of these groups evolved, they did have the same ancestor, but dinosaurs start right here. And so crocodiles did not evolve from dinosaurs, so they are not dinosaurs. They never will be. They cannot be. Crocodiles are relatives of dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Contrast that with birds, who evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. You can trace the ancestry of birds back to the first dinosaur. So birds evolved from dinosaurs, therefore birds are dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Thanks for answering your question. You bet, Woods. Thanks for asking it. Yeah. Sorry it took me a minute to get there, but... Yeah. Also, I need to get back to assembling this Tyrannosaurus skull. Holy cow. A lot of you who came in a few minutes ago, or even not that recently, Probably wondering what we're doing today. I'm assembling a life-size T-Rex skull from 3D printed parts, and I've got more pieces to put together here. So, let's do that. We'll get back to our documentary here, and
Then he checks the result against the actual speed clocked on a video recording of the same run.
So there's a living dinosaur being used to test this method for determining the speed
Turns
of
out
dinosaurs based on their
that the
track.
observed speed and the estimate from the formula are pretty close, about 9 miles an hour. Now he knows that the dinosaur trackway data is reliable. T-Rex.
The fast-running dinosaurs for which we have found trackways were of animals that were probably fairly closely related to Tyrannosaurus. And so the fact that these relatives of Tyrannosaurus were able to run suggests that it's not out of the question to expect that an animal like Tyrannosaurus itself could have run.
Since that's as close as we can get using fossil trackways, some people have looked for other ways to solve the problem.
The only way to look at T-Rex's speed is to look at it as a machine. You get a tape measure. You wrap the tape measure around the thigh bone of T-Rex. You look at your tape measure, it says 422 millimeters, it says 17 inches. You make a model of the T-Rex, you can calculate its weight, coming around 4 tons. A thigh bone 17 inches around for a 4-ton animal gives you more strength per pound than a white rhino. And that's a fact. That's not speculation. That's not theory. Those are just numbers.
Yeah,
I've been chased by white rhinos. They'll do 28 miles an hour in a full gallop, right? They can catch you in a Jeep. So a 4-ton T-Rex, 30 or 40% stronger, is pushing 40, 42 miles an hour in a straight run.
But are we sure that T-Rex really weighed 4 tons? If you dip a scale model in a tank of water and measure the volume of the water it displaces, you can figure the volume of the full-sized animal.
I love this. This is my, I said this yesterday too. We're almost to the point where we stopped this documentary yesterday. This is my 7th grade science fair project. It was estimating the weights of a bunch of different dinosaurs and seeing how much the accuracy of the model affected the output. But yeah, it was cool. My 7th grade science fair project, I was actually doing real science. Like, those results could have been publishable. I wasn't just building a paper mache volcano or whatever. Yeah, and there is a project I'd like to do at some point and get published that's actually based on this, but yeah.
Nearly all animals are about the same density as water, so they weigh what their volume of water weighs. A little arithmetic, and you have the weight of T-Rex. Or do you? It all depends on the model, which is really just an educated guess. Different models can produce estimates from as little as 4 tons to as much as 8 tons. With this model, Farlow gets an estimate of about 7 tons. On a scale of relative athletic ability, based on strength per pound, a plodding elephant ranks low, and a fast-moving ostrich ranks high. A 7-ton T-Rex is not much better than the elephant, but at 4 tons, it's up among the faster runners. So where does that leave us?
It's really hard to say for sure. There are just so many sources of uncertainty here, particularly in the mass estimate of the dinosaur, that I would not want to have to commit myself to saying that Tyrannosaurus was definitely capable of running at any given speed.
If Tyrannosaurus rex was just fumbling around, like a bipedal elephant, it would have a thigh only half as thick as it's got. So if you find a machine, a fossil machine that's very strong, or full of air chambers, or has a sophisticated set of blood vessels, demands that you pay attention to those adaptations, not explain them away. It's a lot of explaining away going on with dinosaurs.
Some people take a hypothesis if it sounds plausible, if it sounds reasonable, they assume it has to be true. But in the history of science, there have been many plausible, many reasonable ideas that have turned out not to be true. And so if you're going to call your procedures scientific, if you're going to play by the rules of science, you have to look for ways of testing this hypothesis, of potentially proving that it's wrong. Otherwise, you're not much different from a medieval philosopher.
Sometimes, in order to get closer to the truth, you have to speculate a little further than your evidence takes you. And, I don't know, sometimes that might make someone else mad. So they will go out and look into it and maybe get a little more information.
There we see Jack basically explaining what he's doing with the whole scavenger thing, I think. Playing devil's advocate, you know?
To get closer to the truth, you have to speculate a little further than your evidence takes you. And, I don't know, sometimes that might make someone else mad. So they will go out and look into it.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
Visibly Upset One, thank you for the follow. Visibly Upset One. I am visibly grateful. Thank you for your follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
And maybe get a little more information. Speculation is healthy. It's very healthy. I think what is important is that the general public understand that just because one scientist says this is what happened, that doesn't mean that's what happened. That's what they think happened. I mean, that's their speculation.
Back in Montana,
hang on just again, they're excavating the Wonkel Rex. Very cool. This is the same Tyrannosaurus specimen that's not the one that I'm assembling. It'd be awesome to have files for the Wonkel Rex to print. But that Tyrannosaurus skull there. And the same one that I went and visited this morning in Berkeley. There. Customary selfie with the Wonkel Rex there from this morning. There it is being excavated in 1990 or 1991. Anyway, give me just a second. I've got to figure out...
Heavy digging is over. The hillside has been cut back 10 feet, and more bones are turning up.
Okay, so what have we got uncovered?
What piece do I need here?
Well, right over here.
57.
This is where the wall came up to previously, as of last year.
That makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science.
Simona Julieta.
And their 28 children are walking through that gateway right now.
Muchas gracias por el raid. ¿Cómo se dice raid? No sé, lo siento. Or is it Simona Julieta? Either way, I appreciate your raid tremendously. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I hope you're ready to see a life-size Tyrannosaurus skull be assembled before your very eyes, because that's what I'm working on here.
This quarry has provided scientists with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
Just Read and Animu Cat. Thanks for the follows. Hello to you, Kenzie Benzie. Of Cats. Just Rad. Briblossoms. Dane V or Dane 5. Art B Rake. Hello everybody. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And here on Twitch, I talk about dinosaurs. I answer viewer questions about dinosaurs. I try and do my very best to give you an insight peek into how fossil science works. As a paleontologist, I study fossils. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I dig up fossils in the field each summer, and for the past 2 or 3 years I've been lucky enough to stream that. Mostly work on dinosaurs. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. They work on all kinds of other fossil critters, but I do work on dinosaurs. So if there's a kind of a stereotype there, I'm sure I'm not improving things by working on dinosaurs and being very vocal about it, but it's fine. try and do these disclaimers. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs, but I do. If you love dinosaurs, I hope you will be right at home here.
Paleontologists.
Of cats, thank you for the follow. You'll see some cats on this channel too, because there are 3 cats who live here in this house with me. They're my landlords, and they love to show up on stream and demand treats. They stand in front of the camera. You stick around, you'll see them. Anyway, Simona Julieta, how was your stream? I hope it was excellent. What did you get up to? I hope you had a ton of fun, and I really appreciate you bringing all your viewers here. Magical Cutie, thank you for your message too. It's good to see you. We send love from Simona Julieta. Thank you very much for sending that love. I send it right back reciprocally. I appreciate it.
To the global and serious game of paleontology.
And Magical Cutie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Making custom phone cases. Oh, very cool.
And if dinosaurs had not died,
That's
I
pretty
imagine
neat.
that mammals would still be small creatures like this living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Kenzie Benzie, wise words, and thank you for the follow. Welcome. I was gonna say, Simona Julieta, I remember making phone cases for myself back when I had a Motorola Razr phone. Anybody remember those? The flip phone from back in the day. Yeah, this. It's the first cellular telephone I ever had. It was a little bit delicate though. Yeah, there we go. Looked like that. Man, that brings me back. But I used to make cases for it out of strips of plastic and duct tape and some glue. Super glue really kind of helped the adhesive really stick on the duct tape. I'm sure you were doing something far more advanced and cooler than that. But sounds neat. If anybody is interested in this kind of thing, go follow Simona Julieta. Again, I really appreciate the raid. And you've got the 2024 Motorola Razr. What does that look like? 2024 Motorola Razr. Oh, that's one of the ones where the screen itself folds? Oh, man. That's nuts. I don't know if I would trust that. It's so many moving parts, but that is fancy, though. Very cool. I hope it works out great for you. Yeah. I always wanted one. I had the Samsung cameraless one. Well, it probably had better battery life, at least. Yeah. A paleontology themed case. Oh, that's super neat. I'd love to see that if you've got a photo. Yeah. Anywho, she has a phone case in the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. Really, Anamuka? In the Lost and Found, or like on display in the museum? I've left a lot of items in museums, mostly fossils that I've collected for various museums, but also occasionally on a couple of occasions, I've accidentally left something in a museum when I was visiting collections, and I'm on the plane on the way home and like, oh shoot, where is that? A really good pen. My good scale bar, I left it. In the cell phone exhibit, that's super cool, Simona. That's super cool. Congratulations. Anywho, we've got a bunch of cool new people here. I figure it's a good time to call forth a good friend of ours, somebody who's sneaking up behind me right now. He's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So without further ado, let's call forth our good friend, previously recorded Danny. Go ahead and take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his hood a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you even more to Simona Julieta for that remarkable raid. I really appreciate it.
Protect our fossils, because if they're removed,
thank you, Kenny.
America loses them forever.
Kenny Y, HY, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that pledge of ongoing support, or the Prime at least. Thank you. Prime is a month-by-month thing, but it makes a difference. Thank you for helping support science outreach here on Twitch. Thanks for helping put food on my table. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. That video with previously recorded Danny is it's a little out of date at this point. Oh boy.
Fatality.
A little grizzly. MS Coggins. Thank you for the 24 months. Now at tier 2. Really appreciate that. Thank you, MS Coggins. What was I saying? Yeah, that video is a little out of date at this point. I need to finally find the time to make some more up-to-date ones. But yeah, it was in the summer of... Dear Amira, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. In the summer of 2021, I started streaming full-time. This became my full-time gig, and it's been a dream come true. So, I still occasionally teach classes here and there, but this is how I make my living now. This is how I fund my research and my fieldwork and everything else. Thank you to everybody who has helped make that possible. It's an incredible privilege to be able to do this, to be able to bring science content to you 4 days a week, or when I'm in the field, 7 days a week. Really looking forward to doing more field work this next year.
But yeah, there's a lot.
Well, if it isn't Twitch chat. Kind of you to join me out here in eastern Utah in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, where we're digging for dinosaurs today. Glad you could be here. It's good to have you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. The whole point of these broadcasts is to try and show you firsthand what it's like to dig up dinosaurs, what it's like to conduct paleontological fieldwork.
I appreciate the kind words.
It's like to do science. So, again, I'm glad you could be here. It is a beautiful,
unbuilt genie,
slightly windy day, very pleasant.
Good to have
it's
you
only
here.
About 103 degrees Fahrenheit right now out here in eastern Utah, kind of near the town of Moab. And we have got some new bones down in our iguanodont quarry, and I'm excited to show those off. I've got a particularly nice one that I've been kind of waiting to dig up until we're on camera, because I wanted to kind of walk you through the process. But yeah, it's going to be a cool stream. I'm glad you're here. I'm also feeling a lot better rested than I was yesterday. I was not firing on all cylinders yesterday. We just rolled into camp. We just set things up. There's our camp over there. And, you know, first day is over like yesterday. It's just kind of babysitting chat the whole time. So, here we are, and here's the crew. Once again, we've got Mammal Master Fisher McDarmid right there, aka Oreopithecus. And we've got Ethan Cowgill, who's the leader of the Central Laramidia Project in the Almond Formation of Wyoming. And we've got Assistant Utah State Paleontologist Don DeBlue. And we've got Iguanodont Specialist Dr. Karen Poole here. And
Anywho,
Yeah, I'd probably
lots of digging.
steer clear of it for a little while. Work the stuff around.
This is maybe a humorous that I found.
Just tend to be when you get that glue on the rocket.
Oh yeah, I'm not working in that area right now. Just taking away some of this.
Anyhow.
Lap, though.
Good stuff. So yeah, really looking forward to doing more fieldwork streams this year. Always looking for ways to improve our science outreach, and we'll see what we can do with a smaller satellite dish this year. If that'll allow for more broadcasts from more places, we'll see. So yeah. Mosselith, how are you doing? Welcome back. Recently got a dinosaur book, The Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs, by Greg Paul. Yeah. I was wondering if you've heard of this before, and what are your thoughts on it? So I've got it right here. Let's see, I've got the second edition, I think. Here it is. Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs by Greg Paul. Really nice reference guide, but don't necessarily trust the taxonomy that you see in it. Like, let me show you an example. Greg Paul, he sometimes plays a little fast and loose in ways that often make sense, I think. I often agree with him, but not always. Sometimes the names that he refers to some of these animals by are a little bit interesting. So, here. The ceratopsians, I think it's particularly pronounced. Ceratopsids. There we go. So, in a situation like this, where it says Centrosaurus equals Aeneosaurus procurvicornis, Aeneosaurus is what everybody calls it. He's saying Aeneosaurus should be a species of Centrosaurus. And I don't know if there are any other researchers who agree with him on that. So, yeah. Anytime you see the, like, a dinosaur name in parentheses, that's usually the one that everybody calls it. But here, he's sinking all of these different dinosaurs into Centrosaurus. So, Aeneosaurus, Rubeosaurus, Styracosaurus. He considers a member of the Centrosaurus lineage, and thus a species of Centrosaurus. Yeah, he's got his reasons, and it is, like, logically consistent, I think. Like, it makes sense in his way of thinking of things, but rather than explaining that, he just kind of throws it in there as if it's agreed upon, when it's not. So there you go, Moslith. Apart from that, excellent book. Yeah, really good reference to have. It's awesome that you've got this. It's a book that I recommend a lot. The Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs by Gregory S. Paul. Good stuff. Yeah. Lumping the Lambeosaurians. Yeah. Crimson Carnotaurus. It's interesting because at least Greg Paul is thinking of these things as members of a lineage. Like, maybe he's even thinking in, like, with an anagenetic kind of framework, which I find a little refreshing, but, yeah, I don't know. Maybe if he's at SVP this next year, I don't know if he goes to SVP anymore, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, maybe I'll get a chance to pick his brain about that a little bit. But, yeah. And Princeton Field Guide to Prehistoric Mammals, too. I've got that over here on the shelf also, Crimson Carnotaurus. Right there. Yeah. By Don Prothero. Don Prothero also has some interesting opinions on the classification of mammals, but I don't think he really espouses those in this book. I think he mostly keeps it to himself. So, he is kind of going with more established science in this, and good on him for it. Yeah, I don't know. I've never actually met Don Prothero, but man, is he prolific. He publishes so many books, and yeah, be nice to talk to him sometime. And yeah, Greg Paul is why Deinonychus is called Velociraptor in Jurassic Park. Yes, indeed, Deathsaurus. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, anywho. Yeah. And Zico for you, he says, sometimes Danny reminds me of a more handsome version of Patrick Swayze. I know it's intended as a compliment, and I will take it as such. Thank you, I guess. Make me blush. Know what to say. Yeah, and you're right, Claire. I don't think Patrick Swayze is on that list yet. Oh boy, I gotta break this thing out now. Here. Come on. This takes forever to load. Celebrities which chatters have compared me to. More handsome version of Patrick Swayze. Wow. I don't know who half of these people are, but, you know. Yeah. Bearded Swayze in Steel Dawn. In case there's no, we gotta look this up now. Okay, interesting. You know what? I'll take it. Sorry. Still recovering from that cold earlier. It's rare that I get sick. It's like maybe once every year or two. Feeling a lot better, but just got a residual cough and some stuffiness and need for a cough drop. So, yeah. Anywho, let's continue with our T-Rex assembly here. Back to our documentary from PBS Nova, 1991. T-Rex exposed.
As pieces like this foot bone are uncovered,
Ooh,
they're soaked
metatarsal
with
there.
hardener to stabilize them. Nothing is removed from the ground yet. The object is to expose everything in place first, so the layout can be mapped precisely.
Bob Harmon. Working on that.
The body ended up on its left side, the neck arched back in rigor mortis. The fact that it's in sandstone reveals that the skeleton was preserved in the sandy bottom of a stream channel. After the flesh rotted away, the current in the stream washed some bones out of position. The left arm ended up several feet away, where it was found by Kathy Wankel. The skull broke loose from the jaws and rolled up against the pelvis.
This is taphonomy.
The right leg flipped over and came
Taphonomy.
apart.
Taphonomy.
The left leg may be folded underneath the body. The end of the tail and parts of the feet seem to have washed away.
So that often happens with some of the smaller bones. Is they're small and light enough that they just get carried away by the current like this. Given that this was found in sandstone, that indicates a fluvial environment. So sands are usually like at the bottom of a river, or a stream or something like that. So this would have been a fairly large stream with enough energy to to pick up those small bones and
The
carry
end of
them
the
away like
tail
this.
and parts of the feet seem to have washed away.
Yeah. So by studying the arrangement of the bones like this, we can tell what direction the water was flowing, what kind of environment this was. It can also give us clues where to find other bones. Like if you're digging a big hole and you're like, well, shoot, if we want to find a key part of the skull, which direction do we look in? You know, if you know the current is moving this way, then, you know, you dig in that direction and you might get lucky and find some more of those bones. So that's why this sort of thing is really important to pay attention to study, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Amazon just won't. Yeah, I don't know why that is, Salamander. There's like weird restrictions in this state about certain things. Sometimes I've ordered spray paint and it just... I can go through with the order and then it later says that it was canceled because, oh, you can't deliver this to the state of California. Like, I don't know. It is a weird thing, Salamander. I'm not sure why that is. But I appreciate the thought. Thank you. Vicks Vapo Rub tissues. I've never even heard of that. Huh. It will, but it's going to take a month. Maybe they don't allow for shipping via air or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'm doing fine. I really appreciate the thought, though, Salamander. Yeah. Whenever I'm feeling stuffy, I like to just eat some really spicy food. And that tends to help, you know? I used to keep a jar of wasabi in the fridge expressly for that purpose. Back when I lived with roommates, anytime anybody would get sick, I would challenge them to a wasabi eating contest. And that's a lot of fun. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And it's not homeopathic. No, homeopathy does... It's pseudoscience. It doesn't work. You know what the homeopathic version of wasabi would be? Would be an empty jar. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, taphonomy. Yeah.
Taking time to study the bones while they're still in the ground is the biggest difference between dinosaur digging today and the way it was done 90 years ago.
Oh, and also the way that it's done by commercial groups, like we talked about yesterday. Like, they actually took great pains to record a ton of data at the site, and that's why this was such an important Tyrannosaurus specimen in a lot of ways, is you can gather a ton of data on it while it's still in the ground, you know? But, yeah, good clarification. Thank you, Becco Lithio. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a jerk. It's just that's an important distinction between natural remedies and homeopathic remedies. Homeopathy is not real. If you ever hear that, realize that it's fake. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I think a lot of people don't realize what this is, and maybe we can find a real brief video. Yeah. Let's see. I'm looking for something real short. This is a few minutes.
Alternative medicine beloved by the royal family and by millions around the world.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Actually work?
No. There's no way it could work. It doesn't make any sense. It completely defies logic.
Homeopathy, a very contentious form of alternative medicine practiced by millions all over the world.
I think most people who take homeopathic remedies don't understand what the underlying idea is supposed to be. The underlying idea is, and this is going to sound crazy because it is legitimately crazy and does not make any sense. The idea is, the less of an ingredient you have in a concoction, the more powerful it is. You heard that correctly.
the less of the ingredient there is, the more powerful it's supposed to be.
The National Health Service in the UK spends about £4 million a year on these kind of treatments, and some estimates place that number as high as £11 million. So it's more than just a fringe movement. In fact, even the royal family seems to be fans. The Queen's physician, Peter Fisher, recently called for more people to use it. He says
And look at what happened to her. I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke like that.
It's safe, popular with patients, improves clinical outcomes without increasing costs, and reduces the use of potentially hazardous drugs, including antimicrobials. Although in the U.S., the National Institute of Health says that there is little evidence to support homeopathy as an effective treatment for any specific condition. So what
I'm not a
is it?
royalist.
Homeopathy isn't a new idea. It was introduced by the German physician Samuel Hahnemann over 200 years ago. Homeopathy's premise is based on a few
So this is before we knew anything about germs or anything about medicine, basically.
interesting ideas. According to the National Center for Homeopathy, the first idea is that like cures like. And that's what homeopathy means in Greek, same suffering. Or that something that produces symptoms in a healthy person makes
And
a sick
visibly upset. It's a good point.
Like
Yeah.
caffeine, a molecule that keeps people awake, might be used to treat people with insomnia, but only if caffeine is diluted to very small amounts. And that's the second premise. The more dilute the remedy is, the more potent it is.
So, like I said, the less of an ingredient there is, the more powerful it is in homeopathy. It doesn't make any sense because it doesn't make any sense because it doesn't work, because it's not science, because it's not medicine. You know?
And thirdly, that the illness is specific to the person. Homeopaths take into account a holistic view of a person. So how is the medicine made? Well, let's go back to that caffeine example. A bit of caffeine goes through the process of potentization, which involves dilution and succussion, which is vigorous shaking. So all the toxic effects of the extract or compound are removed. And when I say dilution, I mean a lot of dilution. Something might be diluted 1 in 130 times in a solution of water or sugar. Medicine doses are based on the centesimal or C scale. A 2C dilution requires a substance to be diluted to 1 part in 100, and then some of that mixture being diluted again to 1 part in 100.
So basically, you'd be lucky if there's like a single molecule of the original compound even left in there. Like, you're drinking water, you know? That, like, you're getting scammed. If you're taking a homeopathic remedy, there's nothing in it, you know?
So basically you wind up with 1 part of the original substance in 10,000 parts of the solution. And so on and so forth. This process can be repeated.
And it's not like the original thing would have worked anyway. Like, the original compound, it's like, if you're trying to cure insomnia, it's like, we'll take a tiny bit of caffeine and dilute it 10,000 times, and then that's supposed to cure insomnia. Like, it doesn't make sense on any level.
Basically, the plant or animal extract is so diluted that there's almost no molecules of it left. And according to homeopathic theory, the more diluted it is, the more potency it has. Homeopaths believe that water retains the memory of that extract. The idea is that after each dilution, the extract in water, sugar, or whatever the solution is, goes through succussion, which activates the vital energy of the extract.
So vital energy, it gets into like just nonsense babble, you know? Like, yeah, here, I'll give you a link to this.
It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleo...
Jordan Steinke, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. There you go. But yeah. Wouldn't any caffeine make insomnia worse, says Petrodactylus? I mean, it would, yes. But in homeopathy, things are supposed to have the opposite effect. If you dilute them like a billion times until there's none left. Again, it doesn't make any sense. And I don't know. It's one of those things, like homeopathy, it sounds like a nice word, and I think a lot of people don't really look into it when they're shopping at the store, and it says all natural on the box, and they go, oh, well, it must be good. It comes in a pill, it's gonna make me better, but it literally doesn't do anything. It's just a ripoff. And it's not based on any real science. So I don't know. I think it's important to bring these things up, just so that anybody watching, the next time you see the word homeopathy in the store, you could know to avoid it, because it's literally a placebo. It's a nothing pill. It's not gonna do anything. Here, James Randi actually had a... here. Let's see if I can find this. Here we go.
This is great.
Happy to see so many fine folks out here and so many smiling faces.
So some of you are aware of this guy. He died a few years ago, but James Randi was he was a really cool guy in that he would debunk all of these like TV psychics and, you know, ghost whisperers and fraudsters and like people who claimed that they could bend spoons with their minds and stuff. He's trained as a magician. And so his thing is he would go on TV, and he would just show you how these tricks work. And he'd be like, hey, don't give your money to this charlatan, this psychic, this faith healer, this whatever. He would demonstrate how they pull the scams off. And he got a lot of death threats over this. Yeah.
I have a very peculiar background, attitude, and approach to the real world because I am a conjurer. Now, I prefer that term over magician because if I were a magician, that would mean that I use spells and incantations and weird gestures in order to accomplish real magic. No, I don't do that. I'm a conjurer who is someone who pretends to be a real magician.
I love, too, that they... He's like a little bit obstinate, which I think is part of his charm. I think clearly the organizers at this event probably put a mic on him, and he's like, no, I don't want that. Give me a microphone I can hold. And they're like, well, we don't have a microphone you can hold. He's like, let me hold that one. That's why the sound quality is so bad. And they just, you know, he just kind of wouldn't cooperate, which... I don't know. I find really charming. I'm guessing that's the backstory behind why the audio on this is bad, is because he demanded a microphone that he could hold in his hand, and they're like, okay, I guess.
Now, how do we go about that sort of thing? We depend on the fact that audiences such as yourselves will make assumptions. For example, when I walked up here and I took the microphone from the stand and switched it on, you assumed this was a microphone, which it is not.
Oh, never mind.
As a matter of fact, this is something that about half of you, more than half of you, will not be familiar with. It's a beard trimmer, you see, and makes a very bad microphone. I've tried it many times.
Oh, so that's why the sound is bad, is because he had to hide the microphone under his shirt. I'm sure the tech person, like, you know, put it there sticking out of his shirt, and he's like, no, I gotta hide this because I'm gonna pretend I have a fake microphone. Yeah.
The other assumption that you made, and this little lesson is to show you that you will make assumptions, not only that you can, but that you will when they are properly suggested to you. You believe I'm looking at you. Wrong. I'm not looking at you. I can't see you. I know you're out there. They told me backstage that it's a full house and such. I know you're there because I can hear you, but I can't see you because I normally wear glasses. These are not glasses. These are empty frames. Quite empty frames. Now, why would a grown man appear before you wearing empty frames on his face? To fool you, ladies and gentlemen, to deceive you, to show that you, too, can make assumptions. Don't you ever forget that. Now, I have to do something. First of all, switch to real glasses so I can actually see you, which would probably be a convenience. I don't know. I haven't had a good look. Well, it's not that great a convenience. I have to do something now which seems a little bit strange.
There we go. Here we get back to the homeopathy.
I'm going to take some medication. This is a full bottle of Calms Forte. I'll explain that in just a moment. Ignore the instructions. That's what the government has to put in there to confuse you, I'm sure. I will take
being sarcastic.
Enough of these. Indeed, the whole container.
Don't try this at home. Unless they're homeopathy pills.
32 tablets of Calms Forte. Now that I've done that, I'll explain it in a moment. I must tell you that I am an actor. I'm an actor who plays a specific part. I play the part of a magician, a wizard, if you will, a real wizard. If someone were to appear on this stage in front of you and actually claim to be an ancient prince of Denmark named Hamlet, you would be insulted. And rightly so. Why would a man assume that you would believe something bizarre like this? But there exists out there a very large population of people who will tell you that they have psychic, magical powers, that they can predict the future, that they can make contact with the deceased. Oh, they also say they will sell you astrology or other fortune-telling methods.
Yeah.
Oh, they gladly sell you that, yes. And they also say that they can give you perpetual motion machines and free energy systems. They claim to be psychics or sensitives, whatever they claim. But the one thing that has made a big comeback just recently is this business of speaking with the dead. Now, to my innocent mind, dead implies incapable of communicating. You might agree with me on that. But these people, they tend to tell you that not only can they communicate with the dead, hi there, but they can hear the dead as well, and they can relay this information back to the living. I wonder if that's true. I don't think so, because this subculture of people use exactly the same gimmicks that we magicians do.
Yeah.
Exactly the same physical methods, the same psychological methods. And they effectively and profoundly deceive millions of people around the earth to their detriment. They deceive these people.
They take their money.
Cost them a lot of money, cost them a lot of emotional anguish. Billions of dollars are spent every year all over the globe on these charlatans. Now, I have two questions I would like to ask these people if I had the opportunity to do so. First question, if I want to ask them to call up, because they do hear them through the ear, they listen to the spirits like this. I'm going to ask you to call up the ghost of my grandmother, because when she died, she had the family will, and she secreted it someplace. We don't know where it is. So we ask Granny, where is the will, Granny? What does Granny say? She says, I'm in heaven, and it's wonderful. I'm here with all my old friends, my deceased friends and my family, and all the puppy dogs and the kittens that I used to have when I was a little girl. And I love you, and I'll always be with you. Goodbye. And she didn't answer the damn question. Where is the will? Now, she could easily have said, oh, it's in the library on the second shelf behind the encyclopedia, but she doesn't say that. No, she doesn't. She doesn't bring any
Do not contact me again.
to
I'm
us.
busy up here.
We
There
paid
you go.
a lot of money
Yeah.
for that information, but we didn't get it.
Excuse me.
The second question that I'd like to ask, rather simple. Suppose I ask them to contact the spirit of my deceased father-in-law, as an example. Why do they insist on saying, remember they speak into his ear, why do they say, my name starts with J or M? Is this a hunting game, a hunting and fishing? What is it? Is it 20 questions? No, it's more like 120 questions, but it is a cruel, vicious, absolutely conscienceless, I'll be all right, keep your seats, game that these people play.
Yeah.
And they take advantage of the innocent, the naive, the grieving, the needy people out there.
Yep.
Now, this is a process that is called cold reading.
Yeah.
There's one fellow out there, Van Prague is his name, James Van Prague. He's one of the big practitioners of this sort of thing. John Edward, Sylvia Brown, and Rosemary Altea, they are other operators. There are hundreds of them all over the earth. But in this country, James Van Prague is very big. And what does he do? He likes to tell you how the deceased got deceased, the people he's talking to through his ear, you see. So what he says is very often, it's like this. He says, he tells me before he passed that he had trouble breathing. Folks, that's what dying is all about. You stop breathing and then you're dead. It's that simple. And that's the kind of information they're going to bring back to you? I don't think so. Now, these people will make guesses. They'll say
It's the
things
part
like,
that kills you.
why am I getting electricity? He's saying to me, electricity. Was he an electrician? No. Did he ever have an electric razor? No. It was a game of hunting questions like this. This is what they go through. Now, folks often ask us at the James Randi Educational Foundation, they call me, they say, why are you so concerned about this, Mr. Randi?
Sound the Grudge
Isn't
makes
it a lot
A.
of fun? No,
Thank
it is
you.
not
I
fun.
appreciate that.
It is
Welcome.
a cruel farce. Now, it may bring
We'll get back to the skull in a minute.
amount of comfort.
Yeah.
But that comfort lasts only about 20 minutes or so, and then the people look in the mirror and they say, I just paid a lot of money for that reading, and what did she say to me? I love you. They always say that. They don't get any information, they don't get any value for what they spend. Now, Sylvia Brown is the big operator. We call her the Talons. Sylvia Brown.
Some of her nails, I think. Yeah.
Sylvia Brown is the big operator in this field at this very moment.
This is longer than I thought,
Now,
but I'm
Sylvia
enjoying
Brown,
this. I hope you are
just
too.
to show you,
Yeah.
she actually gets $700 for a 20-minute reading over the telephone. She doesn't even go there in person. And you have to wait up to 2 years because she's booked ahead that amount of time. You pay by credit card or whatever, and then she will call you sometime in the next 2 years. You can tell it's her. Hello, this is Sylvia Brown. That's her. You can tell right away.
I love the impression.
Now, Montel Williams is an intelligent man. We all know who he is.
Designed by Dave. Hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And we'll get back to this in a second. But thank you, Designed by Dave, for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're,
Designed by Dave has a new sound for their phone listeners.
in just a minute, I'll get back to assembling this life-size T-Rex skull made of 3D printed parts. Oh boy, that's heavy. But we're talking a little bit about skepticism and kind of like the basis of scientific thought for a minute. These are things that are relevant to fossil science, to paleontology. But anyway, yeah. That's great. 2 minutes. Hey, thanks, Designed by Dave. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. What did you get up to? Tell me about it. Looks like you were doing some science and technology too. Very nice. Very, very cool. I love James Randi. Excellent. Yeah. Well, you came in at just the right time. Somebody mentioned homeopathy in the chat, and then we went off on a bit of a tangent here. So at the beginning of this video, maybe you've seen it before. Here we're at 8:58 right here. But James Randi took a...
Which seems a little bit strange for a magician, but I'm going to...
Jay Bigley, thank you for the follow.
This is a full bottle of Calms Forte. The government has put in there to confuse you, I'm sure. I will take enough of these.
The entire container.
The whole container.
He says, keep your seats, right?
32 caplets of Calms Forte.
Don't do that if it's actually real medicine, but the point is that he's making is it's not real medicine. It's like a homeopathic remedy, so the pills don't actually do anything. That's why he took the whole thing.
Now that I've done that, I'll explain it in a moment. I must tell you that...
Anyway, we were... Here.
Montel Williams.
Mazif Lol, Mazif Lol, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Is an intelligent man. We all know who he is on television. He's well educated, he's smart, he knows what Sylvia Brown is doing, but he doesn't give a damn. He just doesn't care. Because the bottom line is the sponsors love it, and he will expose her to television publicity all the time. Now, what does Sylvia Brown give you for that $700?
Hey, Sparky Pugwash, welcome.
She gives you the names of your guardian angels, that's first. Now, without that, how could we possibly function? She gives you the names of previous lives, who you were in previous lives. Duh. It turns out that the women that she gives readings for were all Babylonian princesses or something like that. And the men were all Grecian warriors fighting with Agamemnon. Nothing is ever said about a 14-year-old bootblack in the streets of London who died of consumption. He isn't worth bringing back, obviously. And the strange things, folks, you may have noticed this too. You see these folks on television. They never call anybody back from hell. Everyone comes back from heaven, but never from hell. If they call back any of my friends, they're not going to, well, you see the story. Now, Sylvia Brown is an exception. An exception in one way, because the James Randi Educational Foundation, my foundation, offers a $1 million prize in negotiable bonds, very simply. One, by all you have to do is prove any paranormal, occult, or supernatural event or power of any kind under proper observing conditions. It's very easy. Win the $1 million. Sylvia Brown is an exception in that she's the only professional psychic in the whole world that has accepted our challenge. She did this on the Larry King Live show on CNN 6.5 years ago, and we haven't heard from her since. Strange. She said at first of all that she didn't know how to contact me. Duh. A professional psychic who speaks to dead people, she can't reach me? I'm alive, you may have noticed. Well, pretty well anyway. She couldn't reach me. Now she says she doesn't want to reach me because I'm a godless person. All the more reason to take the $1 million. Wouldn't you
Take
think,
his
Sylvia?
money, right?
Now, these people need to be stopped. Seriously now. They need to be stopped because this is a cruel farce. We get people coming to the foundation all the time. They're ruined financially and emotionally because they've given their money and their faith to these people. Now, I popped some pills earlier. I have to explain that to you.
There we go.
Homeopathy. Let's find out what that's all about. You've heard of it. It's an alternative form of healing, right? Homeopathy actually consists, and that's what this is. This is Calms Forte, 32 caplets of sleeping pills. I forgot to tell you that. I just ingested 6.5 days worth of sleeping pills. 6.5 days, that certainly is a fatal dose. It says right on the back here, in case of overdose, contact your poison control center immediately, and it gives an 800 number. Keep your seats, it's going to be okay. I don't really need it. Because I've been doing this stunt for audiences all over the world for the last 8 or 10 years, taking fatal doses of homeopathic sleeping pills. Why don't they affect me?
It's homeopathic. They don't work. It's literally fake.
They surprise you. What is homeopathy? It's taking a medicine that really works and diluting it down well beyond Avogadro's limit, diluting it down to the point where there's none of it left.
Yeah, literally.
Now, folks, this is not just a metaphor I'm going to give you now. It's true. It's exactly equivalent to taking one 325 milligram aspirin tablet, throwing it into the middle of Lake Tahoe, and then stirring it up, obviously with a very big stick, and waiting 2 years or so until the solution is homogeneous. Then when you get a headache, you take a sip of this water and voila, it is gone.
Yeah.
Now that is true. That is what homeopathy is all about. And another claim that they make, you'll love this one, the more dilute the medicine is, they say, the more powerful it is. Now, wait a minute. We heard about a guy in Florida, the poor man, he was on homeopathic medicine. He died of an overdose. He forgot to take his pill. Work on it, work on it. It's a ridiculous thing. It is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what we're doing believing in all this nonsense over all these years. Now, let me tell you, the James Randi Educational Foundation is waving this very big carrot. But I must say, the fact that nobody has taken us up on this offer doesn't mean that the powers don't exist. They might, someplace out there. Maybe these people are just independently wealthy. Well, with Sylvia Brown, I would think so. You know, $700 for a 20-minute reading over the telephone, that's more than lawyers make. I mean, that's a fabulous amount of money. These people don't need the $1 million, perhaps, but wouldn't you think they'd like to take it just to make me look silly? Just to get rid of this godless person out there that Sylvia Brown talks about all the time? I think that something needs to be done about this. We really would love to have suggestions from you folks on how to contact federal, state, and local authorities to get them to do something. If you find out, now, I understand, we've seen people even today speaking to us about AIDS epidemics and starving kids around the world and impure water supplies that people have to suffer with. Those are very important. Critically important to us, and we must do something about those problems. But at the same time, as Arthur C. Clarke said, you know, the rotting of the human mind. The business of believing in the paranormal and the occult and the supernatural, all of this total nonsense, this medieval thinking, I think something should be done about that, and it all lies in education. Largely, it's the media who are to blame for this sort of thing. They shamelessly promote all kinds of nonsense of this sort because it pleases the sponsors. It's the bottom line, the dollar line. That's what they're looking at. We really must do something about this. I'm willing to take your suggestions, and I'm willing to have you tune in to our webpage. It's www.randy.org. Go in there and look at the archives, and you will begin to understand much more of what I've been talking about today. You will see the records that we have. There's nothing like sitting in that library and having a family appear there and say that Mom gave away all the family fortune. She cashed in the CDs. She gave away the stocks and the certificates. That's really sad to hear. And it hasn't helped them one bit. Hasn't solved any of their problems.
Yeah.
Yes, there could be a rotting of the American mind and of minds all the way around the earth if we don't start to think sensibly about these things.
So yeah, anyway, bit of a change of pace there. There's a link to that video. I hope the James Randi Educational Foundation is still extant. I hope they're still doing stuff, even after he passed away. Yeah, important group, and all of this stuff kind of, it's all integrative. It all ties together. When you're trained as a scientist, you're trained to evaluate evidence, to be able to, you're taught to figure out what's real and what's not. It's kind of at the core of science. It's one of those key ideas. We're trying to figure out what the natural world is actually like, what's going on. And these are important skills that we as scientists can hopefully communicate to the general public too. And that's the thing about weird beliefs. And Rhacodactylus, who studies this, shout out to Rhacodactylus, who's a cognitive scientist who streams here on Twitch. We had a conversation live on stream a few weeks ago. One thing that I think he'll tell you is that the best way to guard against falling for quackery, getting scammed by this or that, is just having a little bit of background knowledge. If you fall for one scam, you're so much likely to fall for another and another and another scam. That's why scam artists, when they need to make a quick buck, they target the people that they've scammed before, because they know that that works. They know that they're easy marks. But if you start to express some skepticism about things, if you start to practice some critical thinking, you're less likely to fall for one thing and then another thing and then another thing, you know? As scientists and other academics and people who study the way that the world works, the best way that we can inoculate people against falling for these scams is to give them some information in the first place. And that's what I'm trying to do here on Twitch, you know? So thanks for helping make that possible, all of those supporters, and thanks for sitting through another kind of only tangentially related topic. These tangents are fun, I think. Yeah. And Be Cool Theo says, I got a scam text today that didn't have a link. I was like, what's your angle? Maybe they forgot. Or maybe they wanted you to reply and then they send another reply with a link. I don't know. But yeah. And there you go, notes from Krautland. Yeah, when you mentioned colloidal silver. No, I completely agree with you on that. Speaking of colloidal silver. When I lived in Montana, there was this guy that I would see every once in a while. I used to work downtown in Bozeman, Montana, at an auto parts store. It's the O'Reilly Auto Parts on Mendenhall. And just across the street, or like a block or two away, was the medical arts building for Bozeman. So like lots of different doctors' offices, and also stuff like chiropractors, and I think there was like a psychic's office and stuff too. And sometimes I would see this guy walking around over there, who is, yeah, he's got a Wikipedia page. Stan Jones, libertarian politician. Yeah. American Libertarian Party politician who's run twice unsuccessfully for U.S. Senate. He was the Libertarian nominee for the governor of Montana. Yeah, he had blue skin after a while from taking this quack medicine called colloidal silver. Yeah, and I'd see him sometimes. Oh boy, and this lady's pushing this too. But it literally like turns your pigment, it turns your skin blue. Yeah. Yeah. There's this guy too. This is an even more striking example of this. He looks like the gal from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, right? Turns into a blueberry. People call this guy Papa Smurf. But yeah, you know, there are real people in the world who fall for this stuff, and they try to get other people to fall for it, and yeah. Anywho. Violet was her name. Yeah, Violet, you're turning violet. Thank you, Wombat Hole. Yeah, yeah. Augustus Gloop was the one who, he got stuck in the chocolate tube. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah, anyway, Montana is an interesting place, and Montana is also the world capital of Tyrannosaurus finds. We're going to continue putting together this Tyrannosaurus skull, and let's continue with this documentary as I do that.
Might be Paraguay.
Yeah.
We're talking about quadrate.
Early in the century, the object was...
hang on, which part is it that I need for this? I need to find part number... I have 61 here in my hand. I need to find part 57, which is going to be a narrow one that looks like that. Okay, let me go hunt around for that.
Was to get the bones out of the ground as fast as possible. Dinosaur hunting was a competitive business, sponsored by the big museums back east, whose main concern was to claim the biggest and the best for their collections.
Nowadays, we're trying to learn about these animals, trying to find out what they were like as living creatures. And we do take things like the Tyrannosaurus rex back to the museum, and it will be a showpiece. But we're also trying to learn something about that animal. So we're digging it up slower. We're not blowing it out of the ground with dynamite. We're taking notes on the kind of sediment that it's in. We're mapping it, see how it lies there.
All important stuff.
We're doing the science.
Well, now that we've been at this a few days, we're finding out that this is probably the most complete Tyrannosaurus rex ever found. And we're lacking things like the end of a tail and some feet, but generally everything is here. And just taking the skull as an example here, just to orient ourselves, this is the back of the skull again. And down this way is the tip of the snout. It's very wide at the back and very narrow at the front.
Hang on a minute. I recognize that voice. Is that Scott Sampson? It is. This is Scott Sampson, I think, when he was one of Jack's graduate students. This is Dr. Scott, the paleontologist from Dinosaur Train. If any of you have or have had small children in your home over the past couple decades, you might be familiar with Dr. Scott, the paleontologist.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Scott, the paleontologist, and this is a Stygimoloch.
Yeah, Stygimoloch. Very well might be the same dinosaur as Pachycephalosaurus. Anyway, here he is in 1991.
Well, now that we've been at this a few days, we're finding out that this is probably the most complete Tyrannosaurus.
You can hear his Canadian accent there.
Found. And we're lacking things like the end of a tail and some feet, but generally everything is here. And just taking the skull as an example here, just to orient ourselves, this is the back of the skull again. And down this way is the tip of the snout. It's very wide.
Cool, Theo. You're talking about Samson, or are you talking about me?
Even just working around here today, we found that the skull is more complete than we previously thought. And we've also been doing some measurements on this, and it's looking like this is definitely one of the larger.
What are dinosaurs?
Elgale, I'm glad you're here, because that's we do a lot of talking about dinosaurs.
Member of a complex family of tyrannosaurs, including Albertosaurus, Gorgonzosaur theme. One family member is a creature known only from a single skull, just 1/8 the size of T-Rex.
Yeah.
Some people think this represents an entirely new type of dwarf tyrannosaur that deserves its own genus. They've named it Nanotyrannus, pygmy tyrant.
Now, a genus is a funny thing. Pick up the Golden Book of Dinosaurs, and you're not reading about dinosaur species. You're reading about dinosaur genera. Brontosaurus is not one species, but a group. Tyrannosaurus is a group of species. Allosaurus is a group of species. So a genus is a group of closely related species that all look more or less alike. And different genera, then, have to be real different from each other.
That's not really true. I mean, dinosaur species are... That's the weird thing about dinosaurs, is that most dinosaur genera are what we call monospecific.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
And Gibby2Gibble4, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. For most intents and purposes, dinosaur genus means dinosaur species. There are not that many dinosaur genera that have multiple species in them. If you find a new kind of dinosaur, usually name a new genus. You don't normally name it as just a new species within the same genus. It's kind of arbitrary at a certain point, but that's historically how it's been for dinosaurs. Is like, if this is not the same species, we might as well put it in a different genus, you know? In modern biology, when we're talking about animals and other organisms alive today, a genus is a group of species that all share a common ancestor. So like, genus Canis, the dog genus, and includes dogs, wolves, coyotes, jackals. These are all canids. They're all members of the genus Canis. Different species within the genus Canis. So Canis lupus, Canis latrans, Canis familiaris, which is the dog. Although it's kind of the same species as the wolf because they came from wolves, but you get the idea. There's not that many dinosaur genera that have multiple species in them. Usually if you find a dinosaur that looks a little bit different, you just give it a different genus name. So you could sync a lot of those different genera into the same genus, and somebody was asking about Greg Paul's Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs earlier. That's kind of what Greg Paul does with some of those. He's like, let's take Styracosaurus and Centrosaurus and Ionosaurus, and let's just sync them all into, let's all make them different species of Centrosaurus, same genus. And you can do that and it can make sense, but like, at a certain point we use these names because they're convenient to use and they're useful in communicating ideas to one another. As paleontologists, like, I don't know. I like Denver's take on this. Denver Fowler, who I was visiting with last week. Many of you were there for those streams. Denver's like, the names don't really matter that much. What matters is the specimens. As long as we know what specimen you're talking about, who really cares that much about the genus or species name? If you can arrange those different specimens in their stratigraphic positions and arrange them into lineages so that we can kind of see how they're evolving over time, that's what matters. The names are kind of a artificial, almost arbitrary kind of a thing that we do. As scientists, we're trying to take these complex systems, these bits of nature that are full of all kinds of gray areas and spectra and stuff, and we're trying to put them into neat little boxes. We're trying to name them and organize them, and sometimes the order that we try and put them in, that's like an artificially imposed order, you know? Trying to put things in neat little boxes where that doesn't really reflect the complexity that you can get in nature sometimes. You know what I mean? So yeah.
But yeah. And Be Cool Theo says, slippery slope to spelling doesn't matter. IDK, dude. I'm actually really big on spelling and grammar rules. So this is different, though. This is not an argument over descriptivism versus prescriptivism in human language. We're talking about nature, and we're talking about all of the complexity that's there. So it's, I know you're kidding, but still, that's an important distinction to make. Yeah, I also love spelling. Yeah. But yeah. Caravan says, as long as you remember that you created the categories and avoid reifying them. Yes. Yeah. So that's the thing that kind of bugs me sometimes when people ask, like, oh, is, like, oh, a Brontosaurus didn't actually exist. You know, like this. You know, the Brontosaurus never existed. You know what I say to that? Incorrect. The animal itself existed. It's when we argue about Brontosaurus, we're arguing about the name. It's actually a really boring argument when you get down to it. Because we're just arguing whether or not that name, Brontosaurus, should be valid according to the rules that we came up with for zoological nomenclature. It's a real dinosaur. Like, it's this sauropod dinosaur actually existed. It's, do we call it Brontosaurus? Do we call it Apatosaurus? You know, are those actually two separate genera? Or are they separate species within the same genus? Or are they the same species? Do they live at different times? Are they different ontogenetic stages? Like, there's a lot of complexity there, but it's not like the animal didn't exist. Like, we have bones of it. It existed. We're just arguing about semantics. And it's a really boring argument to have. Yeah, Saurophaganax no longer is it. Exactly, Dr. Tara. It's like, well, no, the animal is real. Parts of it appear to actually be a sauropod. But yeah. Are they related to Emily Brontosaurus? You know, by marriage, yes, EB Knight. But not by blood, I think. Yeah, Mayor Space says, whenever you hear someone say that, you reply,
hold on to your butt, hold on to your butt, hold on to your butt.
Yeah. Exactly, Mayor Space. But yeah, Caravan says it would still have existed even if no one had dug up the fossils and named them. Yes. You know? If a tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear it, did sauropods still roam the earth 100 million years before? The answer is yes. But yeah. And Nero Crab, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Claire Burt, thank you for reposting that from Dr. Tara. Sorry I missed it. Recent Jurassic World trailer, I've seen so far 2 very different reactions from paleontologists. You with an overall negative reaction. I think part of that was just that I wasn't feeling well that day. Dr. Tara, we can watch it again at some point and see what I think, but yeah. The Skeleton Crew paleontologist, very positive reaction. You being in the overall circle. What is the medium of paleontologist reactions? I don't know. I do know that let's see. We can watch a reaction from another paleontologist here.
This is Raptor Chatter, and I'm unfortunately...
I met him at SVP this year.
Damaged my hip in an accident snowboarding, so standing isn't exactly something I'm going to be great at right now. With that said, I'm going to be reviewing the Jurassic World Rebirth trailer because I'm a paleontologist who has some social media stuff, so I probably should, just to give people at least my perspectives, at least for some degree, right? Like, I'm not going to be perfect because I didn't comment on the movie. I wasn't like an advisor on the movie, but I can hopefully help provide some context for some of the decisions that they have made. With that said, let's get going. So the first bit of this, they're just, kind of going with the setup. Hey, here's our mission specialist. We're going to go out here and do this. The important part that I want to pause it at is going to be in this scene where they're going through the long grass, which classic Jurassic Park trope.
Long whip-like tail, which you would expect from like a diplodocid sauropod. I don't know if we have evidence for this on titanosaurs.
Movie, but also large sauropods. From what we know of this movie, all of these dinosaurs are supposed to be the meaner ones, right? They're too mean for the main park.
So I don't even know this. Like, I don't have any of this background information. I just got back from North Dakota, like, last week, and then I heard about this trailer, and I'm like, shoot, I guess we'll watch this for the first time live on stream. I'm kind of, like, fed up with the whole Jurassic World series. It's just one missed opportunity after another, and, like, I know this is my grumpy old man take here. I don't care enough about this sort of thing to find out information about it in advance, to really seek that out, and then eagerly sit down and watch the trailer as soon as it drops. I'm just so tired of this whole thing, It's something that I'll reluctantly see in the theater because people are going to be talking about it, because I do science outreach full-time, because it's my job to talk to people about fossils, about dinosaurs in particular. Like, at some point, to a certain extent, I've got to have my finger on the pulse of pop culture dinosaurs.
Some of these strange beasts were protected by massive plates of bone.
Mechaholic, thank you for the 41 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here online and allowing me to do this outreach full time. I appreciate that tremendously. But I don't know. Sometimes this just feels gross. It feels like, I don't know. I don't get any joy from this. From having to watch movies like that. The last Jurassic World movie I saw I was miserable in the theater watching that. It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen in the theater. It's just a bad film on just about every level. Yeah. I don't know. Pretty old talk for a 21-year-old, says Merv. Fair. Anywho, I don't know. Watching that trailer live, I was feeling under the weather. I ended up ending the stream early that day. I had just gotten back from North Dakota, where apparently I got some kind of a bug, and I don't know. It was like I'd spent the previous week in the company of other paleontologists, seeing all of these remarkable fossils there, getting to revisit some of the fossils that I had helped collect in previous years, and it was just going from that thrilling high to, it felt like the guy from Clockwork Orange getting his eyelids pulled back and being force-fed this trailer. It just, I don't know. On one level, I'm grateful that movie studios think that dinosaurs are interesting enough to make movies about. And that is a continual theme. I mean, for just about as long as there have been motion pictures about dinosaurs. Like the Ghost of Slumber Mountain, or The Lost World. It's the 100th anniversary of The Lost World, by the way. Came out in 1925. It's 2025. But on the other hand, it's like the first Jurassic Park film was
was pretty phenomenal when it came to like its portrayal of dinosaurs. And there were paleontologist characters in the film, and like there were a lot of things they took liberties with, but like for the most part it was a film that took paleontology seriously and celebrated paleontology, and you don't get that in the Jurassic World films, at least up until this point. Maybe this new one will be different, and I really hope it is, but given that they're continuing with the whole dinosaurs are monsters thing, let's have all kinds of genetic experiments run amok, and like it doesn't feel like it's going back to that original idea, the thing that made the first Jurassic Park film, and to a certain extent the second and the third one, what made them fun and interesting and worthwhile. And so I'm just tired of this, you know? So yeah. Let me scroll down and catch up to chat. Iguanan also turned 200 years old. Yes, indeed, Dr. Terry, yeah. Like Megalosaurus did last year. Yeah. Boring generic monster movies. I agree, Petrodactylus. Instead of an actual good film that's full of wonder, adventure, and at least attempts at portraying paleontology. Yeah. And did I see the BBC's version of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's The Lost World? Was that the one with John Rhys Davies, or was that the CGI one? But either way, I've seen both of them, Crimson Carnotaurus, and I didn't think either of them were very good. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, visibly upset. Glad you agree. Yes. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I didn't like that one, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah. Yeah. Was that BBC? I thought it was like ITV or something like that. Anyway. But yeah. I think it was BBC. Oh, interesting, The Raven. Okay. Yeah. So anywho, let me give credit here to Raptor Chatter. Watch this video if you want to see a paleontologist really look at the trailer piece by piece and not pull his hair out over it, because I presume he doesn't. Yeah. He still got his hair at the end. Yeah, give him a follow and check out that video. Because I'm not sure that's something that I can really provide to you. I'm just gonna get too upset about that, you know? I guess I'll watch it again at some point, and I should probably sit down and watch his video and just see what he has to say about it. If I've got time. I'm supposed to be assembling a Tyrannosaurus skull right now. But yeah. Caravan says maybe somebody can make a movie out of Bakker's Raptor Red. No, Bob Bakker was paid like $1 million for the rights to Raptor Red because they were going to make a movie, and then I think there were creative differences or something, and it ended up not happening. I don't know what the full story is. But there was a plan to make Raptor Red a full-length feature film. That was going to happen. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Where were we? Oh, back to Tyrannosaurus. And then I can start gluing these pieces on. Here we go.
Dinosaurs
DNH.
Special magnetism for children.
Thank you for the 18 months.
18 million years kapa.
There you go, DNH. Thank you for supporting this channel and Science Outreach on Twitch for the past 18 million years.
But some think that Nanotyrannus might just be a baby of some known genus like Tyrannosaurus. One way to tell for sure would be to break open the skull and see if the bones are fused, as they are in adults. For loosely knit, as they are in a juvenile whose skull is still growing.
And even that doesn't... Skull fusion is not a good indicator of maturity in dinosaurs. It's just not. Histology is a good way to indicate... A good way to test for maturity. And recently, someone has actually done this with the Cleveland skull. A team has done this. They presented at SVP this year. They had a poster, I think, which I wasn't able to catch, but I read the abstract, and shoot, they say it looks mature. So Nano Tyrannus could be making a comeback. We'll see.
But in this critter, especially here in the top of the skull, all of the bones are so firmly knit, there's just no separation. So this animal not only had stopped growing, this is how big it would get, but it was an old adult.
The other interesting thing is there's a shelf off the maxilla that come out.
You know, 6 months ago, I'd be like, you got to do histo. You got to cut open those bones and look for an EFS, an external fundamental signature, that shows that the growth lines are getting closer and closer together because the animal has stopped growing, essentially. So, like, yeah, I don't buy this. But that's what somebody did. They actually took that skull. This skull, go up here. This is my life-size 3D print of the Cleveland skull here. So apparently in the back, they actually had a hyoid bone, which is the bone from the inside of the throat. Kind of a free-floating bone in there. And they sectioned it. They looked for growth lines, and they said they found an EFS. Again, this is in the here we go. There it is there. I think it's okay that I can show this now because it's after the meeting. But yeah. This team here, including one of my old friends, Ash Poust. I was at Montana State briefly at the same time that he was. And at Berkeley for a while too, I think. But anyway, we consider the most likely interpretation is that the Cleveland skull represents a distinct taxon of diminutive, morphologically pedomorphic Tyrannosaurid. It could also represent intraspecific variation, high sexual dimorphism with diminutive males, sneaker male with immature morphology, or congenital dwarfism. Could be any of those things, but they say the most likely situation is that this animal was mature. That it's probably a different dinosaur than T-Rex. So we'll see. It's going to reignite the whole Nano-Tyrannus debate. So yeah. It's the get punched in the throat and have a really bad day bone. Yes, indeed, Mayor of Space. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm still not feeling 1000%. Still a little stuffy. But yeah, your hyoid bone is up in there. Come on, where's that good diagram that we saw the other day? Google Images seems to get worse with each passing day. There it is. It's highlighted in pink there. So it's just kind of underneath your lower jaw, kind of floating there in the flesh. This is one of the only, if not the only, free-floating bone in the human body that's not connected to another bone. In the same way that, like, your patella, your kneecap, is free-floating kind of, but it's also connected to your tibia and your femur. This isn't really. It's just kind of, it's more loosely associated in there. So there it is in a human. This is not the kind of bone that you hear about a lot in dinosaurs, but you can see it in certain dinosaurs that are really well preserved, like these guys. Yeah. Dinosaurs couldn't stick out their tongues, new study shows. Dinosaur tongues were probably rooted at the bottom of their mouths in a manner akin to extant alligators. Yeah. The researchers took high-resolution images of hyoid muscles and bones from 15 modern specimens, including 3 alligators and 13 bird species, and compared them to fossils where you've got the hyoid bones preserved. Super thin bones right there. The skeleton needs to be basically 100% complete. You've got to have extreme levels of completeness to be able to preserve something like this, you know? That sound the Grudge makes. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's good to have you here. So, yeah. Anyway. No, Mlem. No, sorry, Golganak. No. So, yeah. Dinosaurs wouldn't be licking stuff. I feel like I'm gonna get smarter if I stick around. That sound the Grudge makes, I appreciate. Those are kind words, even if you intended them facetiously. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Even if it's by accident, people do learn things here. I know they do. And I learn things every stream I do too, which is cool. Like, I didn't actually know about this study, for instance. I might have to go and read this paper. It's in PLOS One, which is an open access journal. So, I'll pull up the link, and there will be no paywall. Where is that link, though? Let's see here. It's right here, new research. Public Library of Science PLOS One is an open access journal. So,
Access granted.
There is a link right there. If you'd like to read it. Good stuff. So this is kind of like what Denver was saying the other day about why mammals suck. He meant that in a literal sense. Feeding on milk. I think it was during
There's
this.
some stuff here, but you can find their teeth. That's why no one thinks about oviraptors, because they don't have teeth.
Yeah. All right, come on, YouTube. Load it up.
It means they can't suck. Cool research being done on the lungs of things like these raptor dinosaurs, but also things like, I think, varanoid lizards.
Yeah,
it's from last Tuesday.
In fact, they have the through-flow lung.
The
It's
unidirectional respiratory system, yeah.
It's much better than our lung, but it means they can't suck. So when they drink water, they have to kind of knock their
Oh,
head
right,
back and
yeah,
swallow.
yeah.
Whereas we can create negative pressure.
That's
because we
funny. I
have
didn't
bellows
realize that.
lungs.
Yeah, I've never thought about it
So
that
somebody
way.
was asking about this earlier in chat. How would dinosaurs like T-Rex drink water? So they would have had to drink a lot like birds do, where they kind of like, you know, dip their snout into the water. Yeah. You know, like this. No, but what birds do is they kind of go, huh? They're using their beak like a cup, so they you know, dip it down into the water and then they tilt their head back. The water runs down their esophagus, runs down their gullet. So they can't just like stick the end of their beak in the water and go, you know, they can't do the I drink your milkshake thing.
they can't do it. They can't drink it up because they're birds. They can't like generate that kind of suction like that. So what they do is these are all drinking bird videos. How do birds drink water? Here we go. So what they do is they gotta tilt their head back like that after they scoop up some water. Filling their bill with the liquid, often from morning dew on leaves, then tilting the head back, using gravity to send the liquid into their digestive tract. Yes, indeed. Oh, but this bird doesn't seem like it's doing that. Or maybe it is. Is that a hoopoe? What kind of bird is that? Yeah, let's see. Ibis drinking water. Looking for a bird with a long bill. Yeah, here we go. So, yeah, look at that. Since they've got a bill that curves downward, they have to invert their head in order to be able to get that to work. Because they're drinking using gravity. They got to turn their beak upside down. How cool is that? Yeah. Pretty neat. I didn't actually know that they did this. I was just thinking, like, next I was going to search curlew if we didn't have footage of this. But yeah, ibises have got this long curved bill, and I thought maybe they do something interesting. And indeed they do. Yeah. Let's try curlew drinking water. Like a long-billed curlew. I don't know if this one's going to drink any water. But I bet you they do something similar. Because they've got that long, curved bill. There's one eating a crab. How fast is that? Look. That crab just didn't know what hit it. No crab dance for you today. I'm sorry. Doing some bird yoga. It's like my boys eating pizza. Just letting it, they drop it on the ground and then they pick it up and then they eat it again. That's how your boys eat pizza. Nice. Anyway, I bet you these guys drink water the same way like ibises do. They're very messy. Look at that. That's so weird and cool. Anyway, yeah, like Denver was saying,
it means
yeah.
they can't suck. So when they drink water, they have to kind of knock their
Oh,
head
right,
back and
yeah,
swallow.
yeah.
Whereas we can create negative pressure.
That's
because we
funny.
have
I didn't
bellows
realize that.
lungs.
Yeah, I've never thought about it that way, but that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's an interesting little thing. So technically, that's why mammals suck. We stick to dinosaurs because they don't suck. Quite literally. Let's go look.
Anywho, if you want to watch the rest of that video, that was one of my favorite streams I've done in a long time. Check that out there. Yeah. Anyway, back to our yeah. Oh, the reason why dinosaurs, like birds, couldn't create that negative pressure is because they didn't have the same lung system that we have. They had a different kind of system, different kind of respiratory system, where they're like continuously taking breaths, and then that air is moving through their body in one direction before it gets exhaled. Unlike us, where we breathe in and we breathe out. We breathe in and we breathe out. We create negative pressure. With birds, it's not like that, you know? It's like having an open tunnel that trains move through.
rather than having like a closed system where you can create pressure. Does that make sense?
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, and it's bigger than the one in the sea in an Albertosaurus.
It also seems that Nanotyrannus is very different from any other dinosaur genus in its structural details.
Cartilage, or is it just sort of a bridge?
You can't take this skull and shoehorn it into Gorgosaurus or Albertosaurus or Tyrannosaurus, any of the other genera. So it well and truly deserves, it is sui generis in the fine sense of the word. This is its own genus.
I mean, I think that's what's so frustrating about it is that maybe this is a different genus, but man, does it look exactly like we expect a juvenile Tyrannosaurus to look. And it looks extraordinarily similar to the juvenile Tyrannosaurus specimens that we have. Things like Jane. So maybe there is a small Tyrannosaur running around at the same time as T-Rex. But it looks very, very much like the juvenile T-Rex specimens that we have. At least that's, yeah, and maybe more like Nanoc. So Nanoxaurus is probably not valid, Dr. Terror, or at least that's what I've heard from some Tyrannosaur people, is that Nanoxaurus might be the same thing as like Albertosaurus. But we'll see. Nanoxaurus is in the grave. I mean, that's the thing, Crimson Carnothoris, is that there's very rarely is there a strong consensus where like everybody agrees like, yes, this is officially sunk. Especially when we talk about things like tyrannosaurs that everybody loves to argue over. These will be debates that continue for decades to come. You know? There's no official ruling on these things. We're not astronomers where we get together and have a vote as to whether or not we consider Pluto a planet anymore. In paleontology, these things they're built on kind of a general squishy consensus that congeals over, it sounds gross, congeals over years and years. So yeah. Isn't there a smaller relative of Edmontosaurus there too? That's what, Ungrunaluk, which I think now most hadrosaur researchers agree is probably the same thing as Edmontosaurus. Yeah. There we go, this critter. Anatosaurus, Anatotitan, and probably Grunaluk are now generally regarded as synonyms of Edmontosaurus. But you will find researchers who don't agree with that conclusion, and something, if you're not comfortable with the idea of uncertainty, you're not going to have a good time with fossil science. If you need everything to be cut and dry and in like neat little tidy boxes, stick to physics or chemistry or something like that. Something where everything is so simple that it can be distilled down to equations. The more complex stuff, the stuff with a lot more variables, you can't get that kind of cut and dry sort of certainty about things, you know? And I think that's kind of beautiful. That's one of the things I really love about paleontology, is that there is room for interpretation and uncertainty, and yeah. I don't mean to be flagging off some of the simpler sciences like chemistry and physics. These things that don't deal with these added levels of complexity when you get, you know, orders of magnitude more variables. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. Person the B bark Mitchellized specimen was found in Alberta in 2001. Oh, I've never seen Borealopelta in person. Not yet visibly upset, no. I've not been to the Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller yet, but someday I'll get to go. But yeah. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus, Nanosaurus could be a young T-Rex, or T. Hoglandi. I'm not even sure what that is. But, new species. Yeah. You don't mean, Macraensis, do you? You're talking about something else? I don't think we have enough information about Nanosaurus yet. I've heard rumors that there's a more complete specimen. But I think we've just got a couple fragments of skull so far. There's like a bit of denery and then a squamosal or something. Oh, Nanosaurus hoglandi. Okay, okay. Yeah, so we've got distal end of a denery, and then a chunk of the, what is that, the ascending ramus of the maxilla. So not a lot from this animal. I would caution against naming a new genus based on essentially 2 fragments of bone like this. But yeah, the Labocania in the room. There you go, Dr. Terry. Yeah. Yeah. Seems the trend is going with Tyrannosaurus and Nanotyrannus. I've heard proponents of the Nanotyrannus hypothesis say, oh, Nanotyrannus, not only is it not Tyrannosaurus, it's not even a Tyrannosaurid. It's or Tyrannosaurine. It's an Alioramine. Like Alioramus. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. That's the thing about science. You can never get too emotionally invested in any hypothesis. For years and years, I've thought, you know, the likelihood that Nanotyrannus is valid, very, very low. I don't think there's much of a chance of that. But there might be some good evidence coming out about that soon. Like, and if the evidence is good, you got to be willing to be swayed by new evidence. It's one of those key parts of being a scientist, is that you follow the evidence where it leads, even if you don't personally like the conclusion, even if it makes you mad or sad. Science is about following the evidence where it leads. So yeah. And is Ken here? Hey, Ken, how are you doing? Welcome. It's good to see you, Ken. I hope you're having a good day. Here, I'm supposed to be assembling this thing. I keep getting distracted. But holy cow. Here's what we got so far from our life-size T-Rex skull. I will not finish this on stream today. I'm just telling everybody now. Oh boy. Yeah. But I can probably put this piece on right here. Hey, how's that going? Yeah, there. But I gotta figure out what part attaches to part number 62. This wasn't obvious from the Blender file that I have. There. So, right there, this is part number 62 right here. And part 58, is that what I'm looking for? So 57, 62, 58. Let me go hunt around for that a little bit. See if I can find it. Yeah. How long did that take to print?
Exciting feature of this
Hundreds of hours. Probably a couple thousand hours, actually, Masalef.
Slices
Yeah.
back together on a computer graphics system.
Hang on, what was the
The number 58. Okay.
The result is a three-dimensional image of the skull, with all the inside information available at the touch of a key. For instance, you can eliminate all the rock and plaster reconstruction to reveal just the fossil bone. X-rays and computers add a new dimension to the work that's long been done with picks and brushes. And specimens like Nanotyrannus can reveal their secrets without a scratch.
Oh boy. Oh yeah. Garfield County storms. I know what that's like. Ken knows what this is like too. From Wyoming and Utah. Where did I put?
Dinosaur digging is subject to all the usual hazards of life outdoors in the Badlands. But dinosaur people also have to cope with another distraction that follows them wherever they go.
We can't say for sure.
Yeah, it's called chat. I keep you people entertained.
Sure, this is what it is, because we can't see it.
A required skill for any paleontologist today is the ability to face the cameras and feed the tremendous public appetite for information about dinosaurs.
Yeah. Oh, I know this very well.
Ever walked on this earth.
This T-Rex dig is the biggest dinosaur event of the year. Everyone from the Today
Excuse me.
Show to the Wall Street Journal is on the story.
Oh, that rag?
But dinosaurs are no strangers to the limelight. Back in 1906, reporters filed stories about the prize fighter of antiquity, who dined on giant amphibians and elephant a la naturelle.
Oh, boy. In the film,
Today,
1 million years
the
BC?
number one draw is still T-Rex.
The popular books always say it was the most dangerous meat eater ever to walk the face of the earth and all this sort of thing.
Don Glut is an authority on dinosaurs in popular culture.
It's like confronting a fear. There's something that's really incredibly dangerous, and you can look at it without being harmed because it's extinct.
Hang on a sec. Let's look at this again. I really need to track down this part. It's okay. It's got a long prong on it like that. Is this the one I'm looking for? Hang on. So this is part number 61. Which is... Well, this is 62. Hang on. That might be my issue. 59. 62 is here. Okay, okay.
have the whole thing there. All right, so part number 62, and I'm looking at it from this angle. So let's zoom in. This gets tricky because I'm trying to like see through these other bones at the same time, and they're kind of getting in the way. Here we go. Okay. So it still says part 62. So that one is part 58. So yeah, okay. I'm still looking for part number 58. And it's got that long prong on it right here. Almost looks like a badly sculpted tooth. That's one of the pterygoids, I think. Okay, let's see if we can find that.
The popular books always say it was the most dangerous meat eater ever to walk the face of the earth and all this sort of thing.
Don Glut is an authority on dinosaurs in popular culture.
It's like confronting a fear. There's something that's really incredibly dangerous, and you can look at it without being harmed because it's extinct.
Glut writes comic books and screenplays about dinosaurs, as well as serious work on their public image. He thinks the fascination owes a lot to the special nature of dinosaur science.
Paleontology is really, I think, a combination of two things. It's a combination of science, where we have bones that tell us a great deal, but then a lot of what we know about the animals stems from our own imagination. That's one of the beauties of paleontology. It's not just hardcore science. It's not just something we can measure and look at it under a microscope. We have to try to imagine what these animals were like when they were alive.
The business of imagining dinosaurs has created a whole new line of products and entertainment. The best of it manages to provide good information along the way.
What did dinosaurs eat? Some dinosaurs were herbivores. Now that means that they ate only plants. They were harmless creatures with teeth suitable only for chewing soft plant food. Brussels sprout. But some dinosaurs had rows and rows of huge teeth. They were the carnivores. Yeah! That means they ate only meat. Sometimes they ate other dinosaurs.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
The evil Rulons on Tyrannosaurus Rex attack.
Dinosaur business is booming.
Torosaurus and Tyrannosaurus Rex, each sold separately.
But too much popularity can work against dinosaur science.
Because of the nature of the dinosaurs, these big, spectacular animals, many of them, you tend to attract the public. And when you attract the public, paleontologists may get trapped into a popular approach themselves. Maybe they don't want to talk about development of muscles when the newspaper comes to them, because the newspaper isn't interested in the development of muscles. They want to know something about, was this animal grabbing its prey and tearing it apart, you know?
Dinosaur science does have a bit of an image problem. I have run into this several times where the impression is that we're all a bunch of flakes who work on dinosaurs, that we are not rigorous in our approach, and that we're a bunch of media hounds or something like that.
What an incredibly stupid, topsy-turvy world.
Look at that editing right there. That was a choice that was made.
Something like that.
What
the impression is that we're all a bunch of flakes who work on dinosaurs, that we are not rigorous in our approach, and that we're a bunch of media hounds or something like that.
What an incredibly stupid, topsy-turvy world it is when scientists say, if you're entertaining, it's not real science. I mean, pure science is fun for the mind. The reason we study dinosaurs is not to find oil or cure diseases. Can't do that. The reason we study dinosaurs is because people are interested. The human species is a curious species. People want to know.
The image problem may explain why, in spite of the popularity of dinosaurs, None of the big research museums has a dinosaur specialist on staff. But it's
This
also
was true.
that other fossil animals are more useful for addressing.
This was true in 1991, but then Jurassic Park came out, and suddenly there were so many more jobs for dinosaur paleontologists. So the more popular dinosaurs become in media, oftentimes the more opportunity there is for paleontologists to make a living studying dinosaurs. So this is something that I want to talk about with Jim on stream at some point. But yeah.
Asking important questions in paleontology.
You have to face the fact that the dinosaur record is not rich. If you're studying Tyrannosaurus rex, for example, you've only got 5 or 6 specimens to study.
Now we've got about 50, but it turns out it's not really a problem of the fossil record not being rich enough. It's just not having enough people out there looking. The fossil record will surprise you. You spend enough time out there in the Badlands prospecting for fossils, they're more common than you would imagine. I think they're more common than people like Mary Dawson would imagine.
If I'm studying a fossil rodent from 50 million years ago, I have hundreds of specimens. So from that, you can even if the specimens are incomplete or broken or something, you can get an idea of what the animal was like and what the individual variation was. We don't know what individual variation was in dinosaurs. When you've got just a few specimens, you really don't know. We don't know growth stages for most dinosaurs. We just don't have enough specimens. So part of the problem is that it's a shortage of animals. They're big. They certainly are big, but they're not numerous.
Dinosaurs may not be the ideal kinds of fossils to study if you're going to ask questions about the pattern and rate of evolution, but they can provide evidence.
And actually, I disagree with that. In some ways, some of these other animals they kind of evolve too quickly for it to show up in the fossil record sometimes. And the differences between them are too subtle. Like, I don't know. I was talking about this with Denver the other day when we were when I was visiting him in North Dakota. He's like, he had this premise that I thought was really interesting, and it's that Mesozoic mammals are not good animals to study if you want to learn about evolutionary rates, if you want to learn about... They're not great for biostratigraphy either, necessarily. He thinks dinosaurs are actually better. Sure, they're much more difficult to collect, and there might be fewer specimens, but you can more easily see evolutionary change in something like a ceratopsid dinosaur that you can in Mesozoic mammals. And I'm not going to... I don't know. This is his idea, so maybe we'll bring him on for an interview at some point and he can talk about this, because I don't want to, be repeating something that he said, and I don't want to take credit for these ideas because it's his idea. But I found it pretty compelling, and it'd be cool to have him talk about that at some point.
That bear on other interesting kinds of questions.
But dinosaurs are wonderfully heuristic. They lead you to think about major questions of evolution. Top predators, interaction of predators with prey, big herbivores with plants, changes of environment, mass extinctions, disease. Nearly every major question that you could ask about land vertebrate evolution has been asked about dinosaurs. And since the fossils are so precise in their anatomical detail, you can get at these questions.
We see hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on finding what the inside of an atom looks like, or trying to see the edge of the universe. And here, we're out here trying to reconstruct the evolutionary biology of the past. What things were really like on this earth. And we have a difficult time getting funding for it.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's unfair. It's not exactly, I just haven't quite figured out how we go out and convince people that what we're doing is just as important as seeing the edge of the universe.
my goodness.
Nice.
The final block, containing the pelvis, turns out to be much heavier than expected.
Oh boy. You can read about this in Jack's book, The Complete T-Rex. It chronicles this whole process. Yeah. Oh man. So the Army Corps of Engineers, not only did they supply this equipment, they built a road to the site in order to be able to get these vehicles that close to the quarry. Wouldn't have been possible otherwise. So they were invaluable in this whole process. This is found on U.S. Army Corps of Engineers land.
All right.
So that's why they asked the Corps for help.
Late in the day, Tyrannosaurus Rex is on the move again.
I don't know if that's the road they built or a different
the age of
one. I think they built a
dinosaurs
different one.
came to an end.
Yeah. Anywho, and with that, I've got one more piece on here. Let me show you. There we go. Yeah. So this is, it's coming together, even if it's taken a little longer than I would like. What can you really expect from a full-size Tyrannosaurus skull? Oh boy. I will continue to work on this off-stream for a few days. But not on-stream tomorrow, because tomorrow is a special stream day. We'll be celebrating the birthday of old Chucky D. It's Darwin Day tomorrow. Yeah. Old Chucky D's 216th birthday. So we'll be talking all about the legacy of Charles Darwin and hopefully focusing a little bit on the fossils that he dug up and how that helped shape his thinking about how living things change over time. And then after that, on the 13th, we're celebrating Valentinos Day. Talking about what we know about dinosaur courtship, dinosaur reproductive habits, all that good stuff. So that's going to be fun. And it's Thursday Birds Day. We'll see if we have time for Thursday Birds Day. We might. Hopefully we won't have to postpone another week like we did last week. But, yeah, anyway. Looking forward to that. It's going to be really good. So join me then. But for right now, it's time to wrap today's broadcast. Here's a Smilodon sculpt to run our credits over here. And let's find somebody to raid. Oh, sweetie pie, the stream is almost over. Alright, let's find somebody to raid here. And then, I got some chores to do and some more of this skull to assemble. Valinta's on Science Streams for Tinker Tuesday. Let's go raid Valint. Science Streams. Good stuff. Everybody, excuse me, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your support, for your enthusiasm, for your questions. Thank you, moderators, for doing what you do. I appreciate all of your help with each of these streams every day. It really does mean a lot to me. Can't wait to see everybody tomorrow for Darwin Day. And, Sweetie Pie, you turned the music off. Why did you do that? But thank you, everybody. Holy cow.
I had a fun day today. I hope you did too. Thanks for being here. Well, let's go continue our science with Sci-Ants Streams. Always a good time over there. All right. Take care, everybody. I hope to see you tomorrow. Thanks again. Bye-bye.